this is the agenda for our Power BI dashboard in a day. Times are approximate, and we're going to try to be fluid with the class. But I do know it's a fairly tight agenda. As Microsoft continues to evolve the product stack around Power BI, the product team does an amazing job of continuing to evolve the content for Power BI dashboard in a day, and that content sometimes continues to grow a little bit as Nick and I have specifically the last week or so have been going through this content for the 100th time as we prepared for this particular event. We noticed some changes, and some of the labs are a little longer than they were in the past, so we'll be fluid with the class. Here in just a moment, I'm going to do a brief presentation on an introduction to Power BI. What is Power BI? Why would people use Power BI? What are some of the uses for Power BI? Then we're going to do our first lab, accessing and preparing data. And then at around the 10:30 hour or so, we'll take a quick break. And then at 10:45, when we come back, we'll do a review of the Lab 1 solution, and we'll allow you to ask questions at that time. And a quick housekeeping note about questions. So if you're able to successfully work through the content without our intervention, just continue to work through the content. My experience has been in the past that there will be folks who might struggle with this, understanding some concepts and getting some of the stuff to work. If you actually get stuck at a point, you can't move beyond a certain point, shoot us a quick question in the chat window. Any other questions that you have about Power BI as a product, the solution we're working on, or if a question occurs to you during the lab work, but it's not stopping you from moving forward, I would ask that we hold those questions until the 10:45 hour. So during our break, if you want, you could post some of those questions to our chat window, which will give us an opportunity to review those, and then we'll have a better Q&A session. And at that time, as some of the questions come up, we may ask people to take the mic and interact with us more. Again, the break is not for you as much as for us. I mean, when you're speaking for all day long, we need quick bathroom breaks and so forth. About 10:45, like I said, we'll pick up the solution and questions. We'll go into data modeling and exploration, and then that solution, and then we're going to take a break for lunch. It's sad that we're not able to do this event live and in person with you, because we would typically bring in lunch and we'd all sit around and have lunch together. But today, I guess we all just got to take our individual breaks for lunch. I hope we don't have a lot of drop off or people who decide to leave and not come back after lunch, but we'll see how it plays out. Then this afternoon, one of my favorite parts of Power BI, and Nick will be walking us through this, is the visualization piece. While gathering data and formatting data and modeling data is interesting to me, I'm a visual guy, and I really like the visualization piece. And then we'll do the solution questions from that, and we'll just go through this agenda. So this is your agenda for the day. During the course of the day, this is an example of the solution that you're going to be building. So this is an actual dashboard that the labs will walk you through, and each individual lab will take you through a certain subset of pieces of this, but this is the final product that you're working to build and have at the end of the day. So why do people want to use Power BI? What's the point? And I hesitate a little bit with this slide because I have talked on, presented on, and actually written articles and blogs on digital transformation for a number of years. And I'm very aware that for many people, the term digital transformation has become somewhat ubiquitous and doesn't mean a lot. However, it is a fact, and I think any of us who've worked in technology for any period of time recognize that industries are undergoing fundamental transformation today in their market. Why is that? I mean, for a variety of reasons. Customers are more sophisticated. Buyers are more sophisticated. Change is taking place. I mean, right now in the era we're in right now with COVID, for instance, industries are changing drastically, and they're running 100 miles an hour to catch up. Certain industries, especially transportation, manufacturing and distribution, supply chain, are undergoing significant transformations in a remote world. So to disrupt and innovate, organizations need to take on a strategy that connects their customers, their employees, their products, and operations as effectively as possible. They focused on those 4 core areas for a long time. But if you ask people what is digital transformation, you get different answers. And actually, if you read much in the industry magazines and so forth, you see, hardware manufacturers have a definition, software manufacturers have a definition, research organizations like Cognizant and McKinsey and Forrester and Gartner have definitions. So Microsoft created this framework called the digital feedback loop. And I'm getting some feedback that there's some people who can't hear me.
Unknown participant is now exiting.
So I will try to speak up. Data is coming out of everything. Every single product at this point is being wired up with telemetry and the ability to collect data. Every motor that's manufactured at this point is emitting telemetry. If everyone could please mute their mic, that would be helpful. Hold on 1 second, please.
Morning, Murugayan.
Is now joining.
All right. Every motor that's manufactured, every time I browse the web, there's telemetry being created. Organizations are literally overwhelmed with massive amounts of data. The digital feedback loop concept across core business processes ultimately what
Unknown participant is now joining.
It allows you to change your business, to change your processes, and ultimately transform the industry that you're in. So when it comes to analytics tools and solutions, it's important that we know what is out there, what's available to us, what solutions and things we can leverage that work with Power BI, support Power BI, enables us to make better, faster decisions. And as such, we with Microsoft also want to introduce Power Platform. So I'm not going to assume that everyone on this call has heard of Power Platform. Power Platform in some form or fashion has been available and around by Microsoft now for probably 3 to 4 years as far as I know. And the Power Platform actually consists of several products. So there's obviously Power BI, which we're here today to talk about. There's Power Automate, which is a rebranding of Microsoft's Flow product, a workflow automation product that allows you to build somewhat complex and sophisticated workflows within your Office 365 environment, connecting a variety of apps and managing the flow of information. And Power Apps, which is Microsoft's automation tool application, no-code, low-code app development platform. So the way business intelligence is used in organizations has changed significantly over the years. There's a number of ways of understanding this, but one way that we look at is in the early days of BI, it was IT driven. So that's what many people call first wave BI or corporate BI. It was IT to end user. Everything about the analytics experience was driven by IT. IT provided the data, modeled the data, provisioned the data. They curated data sets. They provided the reports to end users. The end user's only interaction with the process was to give requests to IT, and then when IT got time, they serviced requests. And then a few years ago, we began to experience what we call self-service or second wave BI. That's an analyst end user approach to BI. So in many organizations, you'll have business analysts who are assigned to or work for various divisions within an organization, and their job is to work with end users within that business unit to define their requirements, to understand the reporting needs they have, and then that analyst would, in many cases, build the reports, in some cases actually build the data sets if they're equipped or power users around data. In some other cases, IT may provide a curated data set, but an analyst is going to leverage that data to create reports for the business unit. What we're seeing now, though, what's happening everywhere today, or in many organizations, is what they are referring to as third wave or end user BI. Everybody in the organization wants reports. They want reports of their own data. They want to be able to massage the data themselves. So in many organizations, we are seeing a large growth of this phenomenon where the average end user within a business unit makes the request IT, or they may not, and then they access data and build data sets and build reports, etc. Now, obviously, some organizations and some of you on this call may have experienced this yourself. If that process is not managed appropriately with good governance, it can turn into a real mess for the organization. So then in comes Power BI. So the Power BI experience is you're able to access your data anyway, from anywhere, from just about any source. The data sources can be from on-premises data or cloud data, combined data sources. Your data sources can have come from their distant sources, from telemetry, from various types of data, application data, etc. Power BI helps you connect to the data source, load that data, and then transform the data, and then from the transformed data, creating your reports, applications, and data visualizations. The deliverables out of this, the reports that you create or the app that you create, can be delivered or viewed on a variety of platforms, including mobile devices. If you've created a report that's mobile enabled, it can be available on mobile devices. Power BI has the largest, if not one of the largest, if not the largest global footprint of BI reporting and analytics applications. Power BI adheres to many international and regional compliance certifications, privacy and data protection policies and processes. And if you are working to get Power BI certified or wanting to understand more of their security model, if you have access to the Microsoft Trust Center, you can find a wealth of other information about all the certifications they have, the attestations they have, et cetera, globally. And for those of you who pay attention to things like Gartner or Forrester or McKinsey reports, reports within the industry, Microsoft has been a quadrant leader in the Magic Quadrant for analytics and BI platforms now for probably the last 4 or 5 years. Interestingly, I've worked for a few organizations that were already embedded with other tools and did not want to recognize the power of Power BI, but Power BI is leading the Magic Quadrant against other tools such as Tableau, Click, MicroStrategy. Now, admittedly, if you compare, for instance, Microsoft to Tableau, there are many comparisons, and Tableau is still a very respected tool in the industry. And it's interesting to see that they are also sometimes growing in the Magic Quadrant. And I'll say that, whereas some of these other tools, I've watched them actually go backward in the last few years. So at this point, does anybody have any questions? Real quick.
On chat right now, Matt.
Very good. So I'm going to transition, share my screen differently.
You're muted. There may have been a gentleman asking a question. One last chance on a question before we move on. Okay.
And can everybody see my screen? You should see a browser window up with a Power BI app. So this is a sample data set that we'll be working with through the day, and what you're seeing on the screen represents the final output of the work that we'll be doing today in the hands-on portion of this event. So our sample data set is based on a company called Van Arsdale. They're a manufacturer of expensive electronic products that could be used for fun as well as work. and they sell those products directly to consumers nationwide as well as globally. Van Arsdale and a number of their competitors retained a third-party marketing company to collect and make anonymous or anonymize industry sales so that all participants within this study can benchmark themselves. So the purpose of this particular Power BI report is we're going to compare Van Arsdale's performance with that of their competitors. So the first thing we'd do is log into Power BI, obviously. So I came prepared, already logged in. And then this is the report as you see it, a couple of tabs to the left. So we're going to start in the marketing analysis tab, or the market share tab, I'm sorry. So while we're looking at that tab, notice the different regions globally that have a presence of the Van Arsdale and other competitor products. And while we're looking at that, you can see the United States has one of the largest revenues and one of the largest market shares. But if we can go and look at other countries, like we can look at Germany and see Van Arsdale's status there. While they have a small footprint in Germany, they still lead their competitors significantly, and they lead in revenue growth year over year. Likewise in some of these other regions. And one that's interesting that we're going to spend a little bit of time on is if you look at Australia, and again, you see Van Arsdale leads their competitors by a significant margin, both in their footprint and their revenue year over year. So one of the next things we want to take a look at is comparing these different manufacturers and their products by actual manufacturer, and we're going to go and look at the manufacturer page. So on the manufacturer page, first thing we want to do is drill down and select Van Arsdale, because that's the one that we're most interested in. So you can see that Van Arsdale is already selected compared to these other products. And then there's a list of revenue KPIs here that show revenue over a 12-month period of time, but we can, oops. I had been playing and drilled down earlier, so now I need to drill back up so that we're showing. So I'm looking at data over a 7-year period of time. And right now, this is just an amalgamation or mashup of the data of all the countries. But I can go down here and actually drill in to individual country. So if I select the United States down here in the revenue by country area, I can then see what's going on specifically with data in the United States. And you notice over here, when it comes to urban as the regions, the United States has about 99% of the market share and revenue growth. And likewise, we can go to some of these others and just individually select them by country and analyze the trends over time. So many of these have experienced somewhat of a small spike, each country, over the last 3 years. We can see that by going to each one of them and selecting. But the one that's probably the most interesting is if you look at Australia. So we'll go back to Australia, and you can see that in the category, their overall general revenue is at 97%, but we see this big spike in 2019. So we want to try to dig into that a little bit and see what's going on there. And we can do that by making sure we've got Australia selected. And then I can come up here, and if I control click and click on 2017, so you look at the convenience, moderation, and extreme values there. They're pretty close. They're all pretty similar across 2017. There's no big spike anywhere that we can see. Their overall GT revenue is still at about 99%. But we can dig a little further and check out other years. So again, making sure I've got Australia selected, control click 2018 and see what's happening there. So there's a little bit of a dip, but if you look at moderation, convenience, and extreme product lines, they're all still pretty close to the same. They're all very similar. But if we look at 2019, we see here that there was some change in the moderation. It jumped up a little bit. All in the convenience category, both spiked a little bit. They went outside of the 30% band that we were seeing. So why would that be? Where can we find more information about that? So again, I want to make sure Australia is selected. Then I'll come over here and right click and drill down. So I want to drill down and look at this by month. And I'm looking at 2019 by month. And then we see here there's a huge spike in the last 4 months of the year. So September, a little bit of a dip in October, it goes way back up in November and then starts to drop a little bit in December. So Australia, the phenomenon that we see of it being a little bit out of line with some of the others, we can see now that that's happening at a specific point in time. There's a couple of months there where we're seeing some specific and significant spikes. So we can dig into that a little bit more and understand a little bit more about that. So making sure we got Australia selected. We can come over here and look at some of these specific categories. It's not holding my choice. There we go. We see the extreme and convenience category, especially the extreme category, spiked sometime during the month of September. So we drill down into that and we see there were some spikes across all of these categories. So I'm hoping this is making sense. No questions, Tim? We're good?
None so far.
Awesome. All right, so this is just a quick representation of how you can use Power BI to analyze different data sets and then drill down on the data and discover what's going on with your data and look at different points in time and get an assessment or a feel of what may have explained certain phenomena within the data set. One last note on this page that is interesting is if you come up here to the top line menu and you click on view, it's already been activated here. There's an option to activate bookmarks. And then if you've got bookmarks set up, you can go through and create or capture a specific state or point in time with your report and create a personal bookmark for it. So this is very useful in terms of doing presentations, presenting the data, or saving a report in a specific state that you want to share with other people. So you see here I've got bookmarks that highlight each one of those different pieces that I was talking about with U.S. sales increasing, Australia sales spike in 2018. So it saves it bookmarks that report at each one of those different stages. So it's a very useful feature, primarily for making presentations and showing visuals in a certain way and then saving the state of a report so it's easier to walk through it at a later date. So that concludes the demo portion. Does anyone have any questions?
I don't see any questions on chat right now.
So I'm going to unshare my screen for a moment while I adjust. I need to close out a couple things and get a couple other things ready to go. So this is leading into the next lab portion. If we want to deliver on the vision of Power BI, the best place to start is the end user's needs. It turns out end users basically need 6 things. They need to be able to access data, the ability to easily connect to data, and I would argue easily connect to data that has already been curated and approved, but easily connect to data that may live in different systems and locations. They need some type of ability to cleanse data or clean data. You know, I'm sure many people in this call have worked in BI environments and reporting systems. When you're building reports, if you're working with data that hasn't been cleansed, then you're going to end up with multiple issues. I remember working with an organization a couple of years ago where several end users were all accessing the same data, but they were pulling the data down and then doing different things with it, and each one published a report individually and presented their findings to the CEO, who the first thing he noticed was, hey, the data on that column in that report's not the same as the one on that report. What happened? So cleanliness of data is extremely important. They need to be able to mash up data. So they need to be able to combine data from multiple data sources in order to produce the reports they need. They need to be able to build a data model, basically. Once they have the data and mash the data up, they need an opportunity or a way to explore it. Visualizing it, so a way to actually see the data in a way that's compelling and meaningful and is actionable, lets them derive data and digital insights from the data to do more appropriate decision making. Then lastly, they need to be able to share that data. So they need a mechanism for getting that data in front of other people, of other end users, decision makers, executives, etc. The first lab we're going to be walking through some things is accessing your data. So I'm assuming that, and I hope everyone has downloaded all the materials for this event today, because lab 1, we're working through the accessing and preparing data. So you should have a lab document for that. We're going to open that up in a minute and start working through it. So, and in terms of accessing and preparing your data, Power BI has the ability to connect to a variety of data sources, literally 115 plus, and that number continues to grow. Also, there's a wonderful market for organizations that build custom connectors to connect to other data sources. We can connect to data that's coming out of applications, so software as a service, services that you already use today. For instance, Dynamics CRM, Dynamics 365, Salesforce. There's connectors built into Power BI to connect to those. You can grab data from your own organization, content that's been published by others, specifically data sets and data flows. If you have access to your actual backend SQL or Oracle or other data environments on-premise or in the cloud, you can pull data directly from those. Big data. Azure Data Services, SQL, Data Warehouse, etc. Importing data from specific files. So Power BI is very powerful in pulling data in from text files, CSV files, Excel, etc. So next we're going to kick into the lab a little bit. So in this lab, we're going to explore data in a variety of ways and across multiple visualizations just using drag and drop canvas. And then we're going to dig deeper into that and create some drill downs and some hierarchies and filter and sort and highlight data. We're going to be able to ask questions of our data with natural language Q&A. And again, I'd like to remind everyone to please mute your mic. We're getting a little feedback occasionally. And then we're going to talk about consolidating data from a variety of sources and mashing it up and cleaning it up. So with that, let's, everybody should have several things on your desktop, I hope. Can you see my desktop, Tim? See what I'm showing? Yep. Hold on one moment. Okay, well, better place to start is everybody should have downloaded from the download center the materials for this lab. So one of the things that you should have is a couple of files. I saved mine directly onto my desktop. You can save it anywhere on your organization. You just need to be sure that you can get to the data that you saved wherever it is that you saved it. And then this is the lab document, so I'm assuming everyone actually has this. In situations like this, I have seen participants print it out and have it to their side so they can walk through it easier. I know in the past when I've done these, I just run it from my desktop and Alt-Tab back and forth, whatever you're most comfortable with. So for this first lab, we're going to spend a little bit more time actually guiding you through the lab. Then the rest of the day is us being available for questions as you walk through the lab yourself, us here to provide some general guidance and showing things. And before I forget, one thing I want to call out. So as you're working through these labs, I understand that different people will go at a different pace. If you've had exposure to Power BI and you're familiar with Power BI, then you may have already built some rudimentary reports in the past. So you may be able to finish this a little faster than your colleagues in the room. If you've never been exposed to Power BI, or if you're one of those who, like I was several years ago, I could spell Power BI, but I'd never even seen the desktop or a Power BI interface until I went to some of my first training and certifications. So if you're in that spot, it may take you a little more time and you may go a little slower. We do need to try to stick to the timing in our agenda and make sure that we don't run too late. So if we get collectively, I say, to the end of Lab 1 and we need to move on and need to start, we do have the completed solution for Lab 1 that we can make available for you to download so that you have an appropriate starting place, for instance, for Lab 2. So as we go through the day, if you find yourself stuck, let us know in our chat window. So the document that I have in front of you right now is one that you should each have. So the data set you're going to use today is a sales and marketing share analysis. This type of analysis is pretty common for a particular office within organizations, like the chief marketing officer. The company, Van Arsdale, we've already mentioned, manufactures expensive retail products. By the end of this class, you will have built this report. So the layout of the lab manual is, and each one of these lab manuals follows a similar format. So on the left-hand side, there's step-by-step instructions telling you exactly what to do. And it's again, for this one, we're going to walk through this a little bit. In a moment, I'm going to ask my colleague Nick to share his screen while he steps through some of these steps while I narrate, because I find it's easier for one person to actually just narrate and speak to the steps while someone else is doing it. Otherwise, if I'm trying to follow the step by step at the same time talking about what I'm doing, it's easy to get lost in the shuffle. So I'll ask Nick in a moment to hop on with us and share his screen. Are you ready for that, Nick?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So before we do that, though, I want to get started a little bit. So we want to start by just looking at the data file. So if everyone would navigate to wherever you shared or wherever you saved this data on your device and get to that spot, I would appreciate it. And the first thing we want to do is just open up the US sales folder. And inside that folder, there's a file called bidimensions.xlsx. That's an Excel file that we're going to be importing into Power BI at some point. So I want you to just open that file up. And again, if anybody has any questions, let us know. If you're struggling to follow along, let us know. I don't want to lose anybody. But just open that file up. We're going to take a look at a couple things. So the manufacturer, notice the first sheet has product information. So we can see what the products are. And if you scroll down, there's row after row, number of rows of actual products. But if you notice, we're also missing data in a couple of columns. So like category and manufacturer, we're missing some data in these columns. Some of them have data, some of the cells are empty, et cetera. And this is some areas that we're going to have to clean up and model and as we bring our data in. If you look at the manufacturer tab, it's even got more problems. The data is laid out across the sheet. You notice we don't have any actual column headers. It's just column 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's no column header, and actual data isn't starting till row 4. So those are some opportunities for us to model the data a little bit. And we'll start by connecting to data from these different file types and perform some basic cleansing activities and translation operations as we pull the data in. So if you want to just look briefly at the other files that are in that repository. So We've got international sales. And each country has a CSV file, and we'll be pulling these into our model as well and doing some additional operations with those. The first thing you need to do is everybody should go ahead at this point. If you haven't already, go ahead and open up the Power BI desktop client and log into Power BI. And let us know in the chat window if you're having any issues getting the Power BI desktop to open. So unless you've disabled it, the initial welcome screen shows up each time you open Power BI, which gives you ready access to a number of things. You can see on the screen, my recent data sources. So as I open Power BI, if I've not disabled the screen, I have one single click access to recent data sources or PBIX files that I've worked on. I can also just click to open other reports. And from this location, I can click data and navigate to find data sources. There's also some ready, handy video tutorials on different aspects of Power BI, getting started with the desktop, building reports, etc. Those things are handy and available to you. Now, if you've been working with Power BI for a while and you feel like you're a power user and you understand navigating the interface, you may want to just come down and turn this off so that every time you come in here, it's not going to come on. And then this is what the main Power BI canvas looks like. So at this point, we can talk a little bit about the interface. If anybody has any questions, let me know. You notice the menu across the top, standard Microsoft menu structure. The get data, it lists initially a number of the common data sources, but if you come down here and click more, and it's going to take just a second to launch, and Nick, while I'm just talking through here a minute, you might want to get your desktop client ready to access that data and share your screen when I disconnect in a moment. Well,
Sounds good.
There we go, finally. So if you pull it up, you can scroll through here, and sometime when you have an opportunity to play, you might want to scroll through here and see just the sheer volume and number of different things that you can access and connect to and grab data with. On the left-hand side here, this is where you can actually view your report. We don't have any data in here yet, but you can view your report. You can review the relationships that you've created, etc. All right, Nick, you ready?
Yes, I am.
I'm going to unshare my screen, and if you'll share yours. All right, so where we're going to start here is first thing we're going to do is pull in our sales data. So the first step is to load data into Power BI, into the desktop. And we want to start, like I said, with loading the sales data. It's in a comma-separated data file or CSV file. From the ribbon up here, everybody should click Get Data. So, and as I mentioned, as an aside, this first lab, we're going to actually walk through a little bit step by step so you get familiar with the look and feel of the manual, the lab process, etc. For some of the other labs, we won't be going as rigidly step by step. So I hope everyone understands. The intention of this workshop, by the way, is to be a truly hands-on learning experience, not an instructor-led experience. But we want to try to make it as comfortable for you to ease into as possible. So that's why we're taking this approach. Select Home, get data from the drop-down arrow. And if you want to do this and get ahead of us, feel free. That's fine. Select Text or CSV. And then you need to navigate to wherever it is on your device where you stored the assets that you downloaded for this workshop. So wherever that is, you want to browse to the Dashboard Today folder, the data subfolder, US Sales folder. And Power BI has the capability of detecting each data type that's in there, so it's going to see what type of data it is, and then just click to open it. And it's going to load that data up into your interface. Now, when you're on this screen, you have several options available to you. You can choose to go ahead and load the data, at which point, if there's modeling that needs to be done, you'll need to model it later. You can transform the data right here before you import it, or you cancel it and let you get back to the main screen. So in this case, we want to go ahead and transform our data before we pull it in. So click Transform. And at that point, if you notice on the screen and in your lab manual, the screenshot shows the actual query editor. One interesting note to note on the side, Nick, scroll to the right-hand side where it shows applied steps. As we work through, and as you're doing this lab, watch how those steps change and how it adds new steps and removes, and you can remove steps. You're actually building a query here as you go. As we do this lab, you're using a drag and drop GUI WYSIWYG interface, but in the background, Power BI is actually literally building your query for you. These are the actual steps that get applied. And then if you look at the top, just above where the data is showing, you can actually see the text of the query. So we're going to be bringing the data, sales data from other countries, as well as performing certain data shaping operations. Notice Power BI has set the zip field to the data type of whole number. To ensure that zip codes which start with 0 don't lose the leading 0, we need to format those as text. So we're going to change the format of this column on the fly. This is one of our transformation steps. So we're going to select that top, change the column type dialog, or sorry, from the ribbon, select home data type. And update it to text. All right, now let's get the data that's in Excel source file. So select Home, New Source, Excel. Then we're going to go out to the US Sales folder again and select that BI Dimensions XLS file. It lists 3 sheets that are on that Excel workbook. It also lists the product name table. Select product from the left panel. Select product table. And notice this only has the contents of the named table. That's the data we're going to need. Then from the left panel, select Geo. The first couple of rows of that are header information, or not part of the data. We're going to remove them shortly. From the left panel, select Manufacturer. Notice in the right panel then here, the last couple of rows are not part of the data either. We're going to remove some of these things pretty soon. Select OK. Make sure that product table, geo, and manufacturer are selected in the left-hand panel. Now, if you look to the right on your query editor, under sources, it should show all 3 of the sources that we're pulling in. All 3 of these sheets have been added as queries. There you go. So to analyze all this data together, we really need to import new data from each of the subsidiaries and combine it with the U.S. sales data. So we want to grab the data for each of the other countries. So click on the New Source drop-down, select More as shown in the figure. And depending on your device and how quick it is and how many other things you may have open, this dialog may take a few seconds to load. Don't give up. In the Get Data dialog, select Folder as shown in the diagram. And we want to browse that folder. Click the Browse button. There we go. And then browse to where you have it.
Hey, may I get some feedback that you are going too fast?
I'm sorry?
Get some feedback that you are going too fast.
Okay. So I'm going to pause here for a moment. I've gotten the feedback that we're maybe going a little too fast. So at this point, if people need an opportunity to catch up, and again, work from your lab manual, follow the steps that we've been taking, and take a moment to catch up. We're actually doing very well on time at the moment, so.
So, Matt, do you want to walk back those last few steps to get us to this location here if I exit out?
Sure. Would that be helpful to everyone? If someone who felt we were going too fast could let me know where I lost you, we can go back to that point. And that's actually an opportunity to show something cool in this feature. So to this point, we haven't saved. We haven't done anything to save this file. So at this point, we've created a number of query steps. We have 4 queries loaded where we're about ready to prepare to model the data. So, hey, Nick, at this point, do a Control-Z a couple of times. It's just going to back out of the couple of things we did. We don't need to, shut down desktop client or relaunch it. Just do a Control-Z on your keyboard, and it should start to back out of some of these steps that we've applied that we haven't saved yet. Or
Hey, Matt, and if it's helpful, I'm sorry to barge in. Somebody's saying after the BI dimensions file, it's kind of where things broke down. If that helps you sort of as a
that does. So the other option is, again, you can do a Control-Z and it will start to back out of steps. Or if you go all the way to the right side, if you go to the right side, I'm getting feedback from somewhere.
Hey, Matt, you're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I was getting some feedback on my end. Not sure where it's coming from. Is this better?
It is.
Yeah, that
Okay.
sounds good.
Okay, so if you go to the right-hand side of the screen where it says Applied Steps, you notice each one of the steps starting at the top has a little X, or there's a little X beside it. So if you go down to Change Type and click the X there, that will back out that step. So let's just back up to where we, and then you can actually delete a couple of queries that we created and then just start from there. Okay, that should get us back to where we were before we pulled in the dimension table. So, browse. So if you so select Home, New Source, and when I say Home, we're selecting the New Source button, and then go to Excel. Yep. And then we navigate to wherever on your device you had stored this BI dimensions file. It's an Excel file. And good, Nick, it's in the U.S. sales folder, but navigate to where that is. And if anybody still needs a second to catch up, let us know. All right, and then just select Open on this. And again, we'll take a moment here to notice what all is in this particular Dimension XLS file. There's actually 4 tables listed there. We have a product table, a geo table, a manufacturer table, and a product table. And we're going to bring in each one of those as a query within our data model. So take a moment to explore that and just look at each one. So if you select the product table, the data that's in this table is data we need, so we're not going to remove any of this. We're just going to, so we want to select the product table, then unselect it. This is only the contents of the name table. Now we want to take a look at geo. Then to select manufacturer. So we're just looking at all of these. So the point here is to just note the different issues with the data, et cetera. Now then we want to make sure that product table, geo, and manufacturer remain selected after we've been looking at these. And then click OK. And I'll pause here for just a moment and let everyone, be sure everyone is caught up. So I'll give everybody just a minute to get caught up to this point. If anyone is still lagging behind, let us know in the chat window.
So to answer one of the questions in the chat window for why we omitted the product table, so what we had done was there were 4 tabs that corresponded to those 4 different options that we could import in that last query. And in that Excel workbook, there was a tab named product table, and there was a tab named just product. And the product tab had a lot of issues with the data. And so the product table tab was sort of already formatted in the way that we needed it to be. So that's why we omitted the product tab from that last query.
Also, very quickly, so someone asked, how do you add a leading 0 to the zip code? If you're stuck at that point, let us know. That was actually a step that needed to be taken before you pulled that data in. So if you go to, let's see, that was.
Yeah, so if you've already loaded in the sales data from that earlier query and you're wanting to add in those leading zeros, so you're going to want to highlight the column for zip, and then there are a couple ways that you can actually change the data type. One is by selecting this drop down up here, and you can also right click and go to change type, and it won't be text by default. You'll have to change it to that, but once you change it to text, it should take care of that leading 0 issue.
Yeah, we'll still take a couple more seconds here. Let us know if you still need to catch up. If anyone still needs a moment to catch up, let us know in the chat window. Otherwise, we'll start rolling again in a moment. Quick time check. This lab is supposed to end at 10:30, so we have 30 minutes. I think we're in fairly good shape for the moment.
Twitter.
So we getting slowly caught up?
Matt, it looks like we are.
Very good. All right. So at this juncture where we're at right now, you should be on page 12 of your lab manual if you're following along. To analyze all the data that we have together, we need to import new data from each of the subsidiaries and combine it with the U.S. data that we've already previously loaded. So again, click on New Source. Select drop down. Select More. And I'll pause here for a moment. So again, this dialog sometimes takes a few seconds to load. So you want to select folder as your data source. So scrolling through the list, find folder, then click connect. Now then, at this point, you're going to need to browse to the physical location on your device where you saved the assets for this workshop when you did your download. So wherever that is on your device, you need to navigate to that using the dialog box. Need to navigate to the international sales folder. Highlight, select, click OK. Now, let us know in chat window if you're falling behind. Then click OK to close the folder dialog box. What we just did was leveraging the folder import option to grab all of the files that were actually in that folder. So if you had actually looked at the folder structure previously, you would have noticed that there were 6 or 7 files in there representing information for a variety of countries or geos that we're going to be working with. So you could have gone through and individually loaded those by doing get new source and select CSV or Excel, navigating to that area and grabbing individual files. This is just to show you an approach that allows you to grab multiple files at once from a folder structure. This is useful when you have a group that puts files on an FTP site, for instance. So if you have an organization you're working with where they load up new FTP files daily, for instance, and there's 6 or 8 files out there, and they're all formatted the same, containing same types of data with same column headings and so forth, but just different names because they represent data from different places, this is a useful approach to doing that. So now we should see the list of the actual files that are in that folder. So the dialog you should be seeing on there should be just, shows the file path and then a list of several folders, and your menu at the bottom. And I want you to click Combine and Transform this data. Okay, I'll pause here until everybody catches up.
Hey Matt, can I throw in a question while you're waiting for catch up?
Absolutely.
I have 4 steps listed, or 4 steps listed in applied steps: source, navigation, promoted headers, and change type. Where did I go wrong? Any idea there?
And can you tell us which query this is in?
Now they're looking, if you look at this, the right-hand side, applied steps. They have a different set of applied steps than we do. It could be because we deleted a couple to go back to a different starting point.
Yeah, and a good note there is that these applied steps, so these are sequential steps to modify these queries, as Matt had said before, and they can, there can be 2 queries with different steps in different orders that could both arrive at virtually the exact same data set in the end. So what's important is that the data matches what we're showing in our queries.
So at this point, the dialog you should be seeing is a combined file dialog box. Again, Power BI detects the data type based on the first couple hundred rows. The file we are working with is comma and delimited, so let's leave the delimiter on that as a comma. There's also an option to select each individual file in the folder using example file drop date to validate the format of the files. On this screen, we're just exploring the different options, but you're going to click OK. So now you should see all the data that we just pulled in up in your query editor window. And if you look to the left where it says other queries, you expand that folder, you can see the queries that are in there, each individual query that got pulled in. Let us know if you still need to catch up at this point. You need to be sure that you have the international sales query on the left selected so that what's in the window is the information that came from the import we just did. And you'll notice here, the first thing we're going to do is adjust the zip code, because you notice the zip code is set again as a whole number. And this leads to that issue. If a zip code actually contains leading zeros, it will drop those if we leave it as a whole number. So we need to change the data type. So this is the same thing we did previously. As Nick pointed out earlier, there's a couple of ways to do that. So we need to be sure we change this to text so that we don't lose our leading zeros.
And then we're going to make sure to select replace current on that dialog.
Right. Now then on the left-hand side, you should see a couple of new things in your query window list. In the queries panel, notice there's a transform file from international folder just got created. Up at the top of that that query page.
Hey, Matt, I think we have a question on the leading zeros for the zip. So in terms of losing our leading zeros, which is what someone had asked, I just want to just revisit that really quick. So what we can do really quick, so we changed our data type this time by selecting the column. We right-clicked and we changed our data type. Now let's say that we did this and then, like one of our participants mentioned, hey, we think that the leading zeros, aren't there. So what's really convenient about those applied steps is that we can quickly just revert back to any point in the query. So we can delete that last step of changing the type to where now it's back to its original format here. And so then we can go and change, and we can change our steps differently. Now in this case for the leading zeros, I believe that that they appear to not be there since we aren't in the United States section of the data. But for now, it should be taken care of. Anyways, continue on, Matt.
So I just called out the folder, the new folder that got put into our query window, transform file from international. So the next thing we're going to do is clean up a few columns. So for instance, we don't need the source name column in this particular query table. So international sales is selected. We don't need the source name column. It's not necessary for what we're trying to do. So we're going to select it and then go to the top menu bar and click remove columns. Then the next thing we want to do is click on the drop down next to the country column to see unique values. And you notice we're only going to see Australia right now. By default, Power BI only loads the first 1,000 rows. So we want to click on the load more to validate that we actually have other countries in our query. Then there you should see a list. Click OK. Now then again, I'll give everyone just a second to catch up. We're going to we may run a little over on this lab, but I think right now we're not getting a ton of questions. We'll see how the Q&A session goes. While we're waiting to make sure everyone's caught up, so I see we still have over 100 people in the room. We've lost a couple, but I would assume that people that are still here are actually getting some value from this. Is this helpful? Are you getting something out of it? Is this giving you some excitement about Power BI? Let us know. Give us some feedback as we go through the day and let us know what you think.
Hey, Matt, let's go ahead and repeat that last step if we can for the
Sure.
removing of the columns.
Sure. Back out to that.
Yep. So what I'm going to do is, again, in those applied steps, I'm going to just click this X here to delete that step, and then I will do the same for this step, and then you'll notice that it takes us back to the step named change type, which is when we change the zip to the text format. So that's what's really useful about this window here, is that you can trace your steps to find out how you arrived at your current query. Hey, Matt, are you still there?
I'm here. Yep. So starting back from this point, go back to, we need to get rid of that source name column because we don't need that. So you just to get rid of a column, all you have to do is highlight the column by clicking on the column header at the top, and then remove columns. Very good. And then the next step that we had performed is if you scroll down a little bit on the country column, you notice that all we've got is Australia listed all the way down. Okay, so we know when we pulled in all that international data, there was data out there for 5 or 6 other countries. So this data set right now visually is not representing what we know to be actual data that's out there. So we need to make sure that we've actually grabbed all the data. And the way we do that is, and the reason for that is, as I mentioned, Power BI limits the view that you're seeing. So in that query window, the view that we're actually seeing here, Power BI will only show us the top 1,000 values. So what you can presuppose from that is there's at least 1,000 plus files for Australia in the overall data set. But to get visibility to other data, to make sure that we've pulled in data from other countries, we have to do something here. So that's where we click the right drop down on the country column. Load more. You'll notice it's only showing Australia, so we want to load more. Now you see where it's actually pulling in a bunch of other data. Now at this point, if we wanted to, we could deselect some of these. Like if we didn't care about Nigeria, we could deselect it. If we didn't care about Germany, we could deselect it. But we're wanting to look at data for all the countries, so we're just going to leave them selected and click OK. Because now at this point, we know we have all the data there.
And Matt, I think a really good point too to mention is that right now, when we're in this sort of query gathering stage in this lab, if we were not to go in and click load more in that column, okay, and if we were just to leave it at that and then click close and apply, all of that data, for each of these countries would still be loaded into the model. The reason why we are doing it here in the query editor is if we want to make changes to the data before it's loaded. Otherwise, that last step to load more, that's not required to just load the data as it is into the model. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. That's a good call out. Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second, make sure everybody's caught up. Send us a message if you're not caught up. Otherwise, in just a second, I will assume we all are. And if you're following along, I hope people are following along in the manual themselves and not just watching our screen and mimicking. I hope you're following along in the manual, because I think the value to that is it gives you a deeper understanding as you do this. And the goal of this is for you to develop experience doing it hands-on.
And a quick call out, we seem to be getting a lot of comments on the loading more and why it's not sticking. So that is a good question there. So if we go back and load more, so really what this is doing is it's allowing us to, it's giving us the options here, right, to look at different countries. So we could go ahead and select Germany here, okay? Now that would load Germany for us, and the purpose of that step of loading more is, say that we wanted to eliminate certain rows for the Germany set of records, then it would allow us to go in and now we could make those changes. Now, the reason why it's not sticking is that, again, this is still a preview of the query, so it'll always limit it to a certain number of rows. So the idea behind loading more is if you want to make a certain change and then sort of back out. So it's sort of a keyhole solution, and correct, it won't stick, but that is okay, and that's by design.
So does everybody understand that step? Now, you're not literally loading that data in that step. You're just looking at it. You're viewing it. It's just to validate and let you know that the data is actually in the model. All right, so in this next section then, we're going to explore some methods for transforming your data in the data model. So the good news is we haven't published it or saved it just yet, but you have a data model. That's what we've been doing. We've been slowly building our data model. Transforming the data, we're going to be doing some table renaming, update some data types, appending some tables together to ensure the data is ready for reporting. So with that, the first step, and again, everybody should be following on. We're on page 16 of your manual. The query, if the formula bar is disabled, you can turn on the formula bar from the view. This enables you to see the M code that's being created. And if in ours, you notice it was on by default. So that's what I was pointing out earlier, that top thing there. It shows the query that's being built on the fly. And the language behind that is M.
Yep. Sorry. Yeah, and a good call out, just to give some perspective here. So for an example, this M code up here, when we change type from our zip field, we could have actually just written this code out in this editor itself, which of course is, quite a bit more difficult than just selecting a drop down and clicking text, but they are all linked. And so this is just the representation of these various steps that we've been making in this query.
So the first thing we want to do is do a little bit of exploration of your screen. So take a moment on the screen that we're on currently. Select the options available on the ribbon. Go to Home, for instance, and look at some of the options that are available under Home. Click Home to select it.
Sorry, Matt, did you want me to close and apply from the editor?
At this point, we can probably go ahead and close and apply everything. That saves it. We're in our current state. Yeah, that's fine. Everybody on the call, go ahead and click close and apply here.
Actually, hold on one second, Matt. I think we are still supposed to stay in the query editor. My apologies. Yes. So no one click close and apply just yet.
Fine.
And if you did, you can still get back to this screen by clicking transform data if this window gets closed out, and this will bring you right back to this window.
Okay. So at this point, everybody should have the query window open on their screen, and select the Home tab up top, the Home button menu, and just take a look at some of the options that are available to you there. Likewise, take a moment to explore Transform, Add Column, and View to notice some of the different things that are in there. We'll be using some of these different things.
Can we make sure that everyone is muted? Thank you, guys.
Okay, so next thing we want to do is on that query editor window to the far left under the queries, minimize the transform files from international. So we'll just pull all that up and minimize it. And then under other queries, we're going to go through and rename these queries. And if you look at the bottom of page 16 in your manual, you'll see what the initial name is and what the new name will be. So Nick, you just show them the first one. We need to rename sales with a lowercase to sales with an uppercase. So to rename it, you just right click on it, context menu, navigate to the name and type the new name. So if everyone at this point would just do that for each of those 4 queries, you're going to rename them, follow the convention that's in the manual and rename each of the one of those to the name that is available. Geo should be geography with a capital G, etc. I'll give everyone a second to get caught up. Okay, as we work through this, just a reminder to everyone, the new file names that you're using are available to you in the manual. So hopefully people are following along the manual. Bottom page 16, top of page 17 has the representation or name, the old name, and then what the new name should be. And we are going to get a little behind on our agenda, so we may have to cut our solution and QA conversation a little short, but given that we're responding to questions as we go, that should be okay. So I'm assuming that everyone is completed with the step of renaming their queries. So we'll move on to the next step on page 17 of your manual. So as often happens when you're working with data in an organization, you're going to be grabbing data or pulling data into your data model that is either not properly formatted or doesn't have the right data type, etc. So, or in many cases, it's missing data. So I'm assuming you've encountered situations where you were provided a data table and it didn't have values for all the pertinent columns and rows. So in this particular exercise, we're going to be addressing some missing data, filling out empty values. So from the left panel, the query panel, select the product query. And select the category column. So here we can transform this column all at once. So from the ribbon, select transform and then select the right arrow, the down arrow on the column, category column. Select the right arrow. Let's see.
And just a quick note for anyone who might have caught this with their eye. So you'll notice that underneath these various columns, that there's a green bar, correct? In this case, there's a green and gray bar under category, and that's Power BI's engine basically saying, hey, we think that there's something wrong with this column. So anytime that you have a sort of mismatch in that small, skinny color bar, that's an indicator that you may need to make some transformations to get that data up to snuff.
Okay, so select the column header for category and then go to your transform tab. And there's a fill down option. Fill, there you go, down. Did everybody catch that? When we did that, notice that the column is now populated with all the proper names for the categories, replaced null with proper category names.
And just a really quick recap on what we had done. If we look back a step before we had done that fill down, we had seen that we had mix for the category one time, and then we had null values. And then we had rural and then null values, and then urban. And so like Matt had said, we needed to fill those down. So that's what that fill function does in the query.
Helps if I all right, guys.
And Matt, sorry, before you start up, just to answer some questions in the chat window, the way that Power BI knew how to fill these. It's similar to if you think of if you were in an Excel workbook, and if you you clicked the cell here for mix and then you double click that fill down, it would fill up until the next populated value, right? So that's essentially what the fill function did here. Okay, go ahead, Matt.
All right, so the next step is we need to select the product query on the left and then highlight the product column. Now this one's going to be a little more interesting, a couple steps. Click transform.
Hey, can we make sure that we have everyone muted, please? Thank you.
Click transform. And we want to click split column. Everybody see that option on the screen? And then from the drop down by delimiter.
Hey, can we make sure that everyone's muted, please? Sorry, Matt.
By delimiter. And when the dialog comes up, make sure that you have custom is selected as the delimiter. Notice in the text area there's a hyphen. Power BI assumes you want to split by hyphen. Backspace and remove the hyphen symbol. And enter a pipe symbol. And show it as what's shown in your screenshot. Different keyboards, I believe, may have a different key combination to make a pipe signal. Select OK. Now you notice what just happened here is we just took one column that had information and data in it and transformed that into two columns that each has different data in the proper column where it's supposed to be. So now we need to rename those columns. So the product one column, select it, right click next to the column name, select rename, and name it to product. Just type product with an uppercase P. And then product 2, same way, select it, right click it, rename, and name this one segment with an uppercase S. Okay, the next example is we're going to use column to split some columns again. From the query panel, select product query. From the ribbon, select add a column. So in this example, we want to add. In the first row of column 1,
Hey, Matt, I think we might have lost you there.
so from the left panel, select product. From the ribbon, select add column, column from examples, and from all columns. And select that. There we go. In the first row of column 1, enter the first price value, which is 412.13, and click enter. Notice as you enter, Power BI knows that you want to split price column. The formula it uses is displayed as well. double click column header text after delimiter to rename it, and type MSRP. Click OK. Now you notice the the MSRP field has automatically been noted as a data type of text. We need to make that a decimal. From the selection dialog, click the MSRP header. From the dialog, select fixed decimal number. There we go. So now we want to also create a currency column. So with the product query selected again, select add column, columns from examples, from all columns, one.
Oh, Matt, you cut out there.
Okay, in the first column for column 1, do you hear me? Or the first row?
Yep, you're good now.
Enter USD, all capital letters. Hit enter or click on it. Double click the column header. Text before delimiter, we're going to rename that. And type currency with a capital C. Click OK.
And hey, Matt, it looks like we're getting a lot of comments in the chat section about an error for the MSRP step. So let's take a quick peek on that if we can. So if anyone is having issues with the MSRP error, then what you can do is go to your applied steps and click X on the steps right up until we created that MSRP column. So in this case, if you want to click X on these 3 applied steps to get back here, and then just make sure that you follow along with your manual. And if you still have problems, then we can help resolve them at the end. But always remember that you can use the applied steps window here to your advantage as much as you can to see what you've done, to make changes, to revert any edits that you've made, and so on. Okay, Matt. Hey, Matt, are you on mute?
You hear me now?
Yep.
So what did we just do? What did we accomplish? What was the purpose of this? So we had one column of data that had both the currency and a price listed in it. We wanted to break those out into 2 separate columns. So now we have the MSRP, which is the suggested retail price for the product, and then the currency that it's in. So the ones we're seeing on the screen are all US dollars currency. Now that we've got these 2 columns separated and broken out, the price column is redundant or is no longer needed. So now we want to get rid of that.
And there are a couple different ways to remove columns, as you've probably seen by now. Personally, I like to just right-click and click remove.
Okay, we are definitely getting behind on our agenda, so we will cut our break a little short here in a bit, and then we'll probably have to cut the Q&A solution session quite a bit, which shouldn't be too big a deal since we're answering a lot of questions as we go. So there's still some more transformation we need to do. On the left-hand side of the query window, select geography. You notice that some of the rows on the top here are unnecessary, or they're not clean data, etc. So we can remove rows. There's several ways to remove rows, but for now I want you to go to the ribbon and select Home and then Remove Rows. It's about the middle of your screen. Remove Rows, click that and select Remove Top Rows. And then in the text box that pops up, enter the number 2. Because if you look at the data, the top 2 rows, 1 and 2, contain the data we want to get rid of. Data 3 is the column headers, so we want to leave that. But we want to select 2 rows to delete. So just enter the number of rows as 2 and then click OK. Now you see that the top row, row 1, is actually got column header information in it, but it's technically not a column header yet. So with the geography query still selected, select Home, and then select first row as headers. And it's almost all the way to your right. There we go. Now, when we perform this step, Power BI is making some assumptions about what type of data is in each one of these columns based on what we just did to create the column header. It's going to try to predict the data type of each field. Notice the zip was changed to a data type of number. So we want to change that back to text. And as Nick pointed out earlier, there are several ways to do that, but we want that to be a text field. All right. Is everybody caught up? Are we all in the same place? We should be on page 21 of the manual. We're getting close to the end. So this next step, select manufacturer as your query on the left-hand side. Now in this one, notice the bottom several rows are bad data or non-existent data or null data. So we want to get rid of those. So this is very similar to what we just did for top rows. Go to Home, Remove Rows, Remove Bottom Rows, and enter the number 3. Okay, so we just got rid of the bottom 3 rows. But notice manufacturer ID, manufacturer, and logo data is laid across in rows. So the header that we're seeing is really not useful. So we're going to transpose this data. So with this query still selected, select Home, and then use first row as headers.
Matt, I think we may have skipped a step there with with
Yeah,
the transpose.
that's something didn't look right. Go back.
Right. Yep. So everyone who just did what I did, if you want to go to your applied steps and then just click X on that last step, change type 1, that'll take us right back here.
Yep, we missed a step. Step 45. From the, select the query, and then from the ribbon, select transform, transpose. My apologies. There we go. I'll give everybody a second to catch up. This is what your screen should look like now. Then we can do home, use first row as headers. Okay, let us know if you still need to catch up. We should be now on page 23 at the top. The category Power BI Desktop Appending Queries. To analyze the sales of all countries, it's convenient to have a single sales table. So we want to append all the rows from international sales to sales. So to begin that, select Sales as your query on the left side. And then from our ribbon, select Home, Append Queries. We should get a dialog box. There's an option to append 2 tables or 3 or more tables. Leave 2 tables selected. Just click Table to Append. Select International Sales. Click OK. You should see a new column in your table now called labeled Country. Since international sales had the additional column for country, Power BI just added that column to our data model. You're going to see null values in the country column within the United States data. So we need to add the value USA for the table with USA data. So we're going to do that as what they call a data shaping operation. So from the ribbon, select Add Column.
Matt, I think we lost you there again.
Add column, conditional column. I'm here, I'm breaking up occasionally. In the Add Conditional Column dialog, enter the name Country Name, all one word, capital C, capital N. It's in your manual. And then down below that, where it says Column Name, select Country. Leave the operator set as equals. Enter null in the values text. Enter USA in the output text. In the drop down under else, select a column. Select country from the drop down. Okay, everybody's screen should look like what's on the screen here or the snapshot in your book. Click OK. Now we just took that country name column that had a bunch of null values in it, representing what was been United States data, and we added the country. Now the original country column is not required. It's only a temporary column. So you can right click on that and remove it. And then right click on the country name column header and rename it to just country. Then we want to right click on that column and set the data type to text. Now, because of the way Power BI loads data visually, not loaded in the data model, it's all there, but the way it loads it visually for you to see, the way it's represented, remember it only pulls in the first 1,000 rows. So all we're seeing right now is a bunch of United States data. If you click the right arrow on country and load more,
And you can even see it propagating through each of those different files.
right.
And there we go.
So all of our countries are represented. So by this view, we know that that data for each one of those countries is in fact in our data model. So we're falling way behind. We're going to have to pick it up here a little bit. So when exploring data, we sometimes need to load a subset of data. There's multiple ways to do this. We should all be on page 25. Select home, keep rows, keep top rows, or home, keep bottom rows.
Hey, Matt, are you on step 63?
I'm on page 25.
Okay, I believe we still had another step on page or on step 63, changing the data type of the revenue column.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah,
No
I'm
worries.
getting sensitive to the time issue and starting to move a little too fast. We're running way over.
No worries.
So go ahead and show that step. Change the data type of the revenue column, select the column. Change data type. Currency. Fixed decimal number, sorry. Okay.
And Matt, we are getting some comments just to make sure to keep the pace reasonable. Luckily, we do have, in labs 4 and 5, they're about a quarter of the size of the first couple labs. So we might want to take just a little extra time on these two, but that's up to you.
Yep. Oh, we're going to finish it. I'm not saying we're not going to finish it. I'm just wanting to be sensitive to the time. We need to be sure we get all the content in for the day. Okay, so top of page 25, and that's just a summary if you read the first bit of that. So Nick just walked through that where these are just different options you have available to you to load up subsets of your data to look at subsets. So I can look at top rows or bottom rows or keep a range of rows. You can use any of those options to filter down to a subset of data. So our data has data from 2013 to 2019. And for our analysis, we want to start with the last 3 years of data, 2017 to 19. We don't know how many rows. We can filter by year to get that subset. So select the arrow next to data in your sales query.
Hey, Matt, could we take a quick pulse with the audience to make sure that everyone's caught up to at least the top of page 25 real quick? And we are almost done with this lab, guys. Hang in there.
Let us know in chat if you're not at least to that point.
All right, looks like we're good, I believe. So we should be at step 66 on page 25 now, Matt.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What'd you say?
Oh, sorry, I was just letting everyone know that we are now going to be resuming from starting at step 66.
So select the arrow next to date in your sales query. And then select date filters in the previous. And then in the text box, enter 3. And then select years. Then click OK. Okay, now that international sales data is appended to sales, we don't need the international sales table to load to the data model. So we need to prevent that data, the international sales table, from loading to our final data model. From the query panel on the left, select the international sales query. Right-click and select Enable Load, deselecting that. Click on the Enable Load so you deselect it.
Yep, so if you go back, it should look like this with Enable Load without a check mark. Four more steps, guys.
All right, now we want to take a look at some of the relationships we've built as we've been doing this. From the ribbon, select View Query Dependencies. Now, if you're looking at our screen, this is probably going to be very small, hard to read. But basically what it's showing you is a relationship table. So it's useful to self-document what you're doing and to share knowledge with your team members. This is a graphical, high-level, logical reference representation of your data model. So at this point, you have successfully completed the import operation and data shaping operations for your data. We're now ready to load this data model into Power BI desktop data model so that we can visualize it. Click on File.
And it says File. I think there was recently an update, so really it's just in the Home tab.
Yep. Close and Apply.
And now that's taking all of that work that we just did to transform all of our queries, and it's finally creating that data model. And it may take just a moment here. There's a decent amount of data, but once this is done, we'll be ready to save our file, which Matt will walk us through, and that will be the end of the first lab.
Okay, once it's done loading, now you can save this. Select File, Save. Then select a file save location. And then in the manual it says save it as my first Power BI model, but pick a name you like, pick whatever you want, save it. And we just completed lab 1. So we are way behind. So we'll probably catch up some of this time later, but I think my team, we definitely need a quick bio break. So we're going to take a break for, say, it's 11:02. Let's all try to be back in front of our computers at 11:15, and we'll pick up there with the next lab. We'll bypass the solution portion for this particular lab. We can pick that up later in the afternoon if we need to. If anyone on the call has not been able to successfully complete this lab and get to the point where you've just saved your data model, message us in our chat window so that we know. We can make available to you a completed solution file so that you can pick up with lab 2. So let's take about an 8-minute break or whatever. Resume at 11:15 Central Time. Also, you can message us your feedback in the chat window and let us know if this is valuable, if you're enjoying it, if you're having a good time. Is this a valuable use of your time for the day? Just let us know. We'd like to have your feedback.
that going to be public, that link that you sent?
Real quick, if anybody's watching the chat window, you'll notice I just posted a link there. It is a tiny URL link, but it points to my personal OneDrive. So the solution files, the final solution files for labs 1 through 4, and then the final solution output for the end of the day are in that file. So feel free to go to that link right now. And if you did not get a chance to finish Lab 1, grab that Lab 1 solution file right now so that we can open that up in Power BI Desktop and you have a good starting point. So I just put that out there. If anybody needs that, grab it. And we'll be back in 5.
I told Kitty, although I do like it because it's trading that. I mean, it's already.
All right, group. We're ready to start. Apologize for being a couple minutes late getting back. I had to run and grab something to drink and a quick bio break, so I'm ready to get started again. And I see that we've had some back and forth in the chat window, and people have been looking for the report solution. Hope people who needed that have gotten it so that we can start there. We're going to take a similar approach with this round. I will be narrating while Nick clicks and drags and drops and does stuff. And we'll be monitoring the chat window if there are questions. We're going to try to pick up the pace a tad. We need to go a little bit faster, but not too fast. We'll try to be reasonable, but we don't want to run out of time at the end of the day and not finish. So I'm going to ask that we hold many of our questions. And I only saw a couple questions in the chat window after Lab 1, so hopefully we're in a good spot. But we'll have a good Q&A at the end of the day. And also, just so you know, Labs 4 and 5, the last couple labs, are actually pretty quick, and they should go fairly quickly for us. This lab that we're fixing to start, we're going to end up stopping in the middle of it for lunch. All right, Nick, you ready to show your screen?
Yes, I am. Let me know if you can see.
I can see your screen. Does everybody else see it?
Looks good.
Okay, everybody should have their Lab 2 manual open. So we already explored a lot of this initially. This section, we're learning the key parts of the Power BI desktop, how to model and explore data, and begin to build visualizations. So we need to start with, everybody needs to open up their Power BI desktop again. And again, this is, if you clicked the X earlier to close out that one thing, you won't see the main window that we saw earlier. But at the top of the Power BI window, you will see your Home tab. The most common operations you're going to perform are displayed. The Modeling tab and the ribbon enables additional data modeling capabilities, like adding custom columns, calculated measures. The View tab has options to format the page layout. The Help tab provides self-help options like guided learning, training videos, and links to online communities. On the left side, you have three icons: Report, Data, and Model. If you hover over those individual icons, you can see the names and the tooltips. Switching back and forth between these allows you to see the data and the relationships between tables. That center white space is the canvas where you'll be creating visuals. And we'll dig into that in the next lab.
Hey, Matt, are you still with us?
Yep, I had to check something real quick, sorry. So the fields window on the right panel is where you see a list of tables that were generated from the query. So at this point, just everybody needs to go File, Open, and open up. If you haven't already opened it, open up the file that you just saved a moment ago. Or if you had to download the solution file from the link I shared, grab it real quick.
Yep, yeah, if you're just joining us, that would be the Lab 1 solution report, and that'll give you a clean slate for this whole lab.
So I'll give everybody a second to catch up to that point. Nick, do you have the file open?
Yes, yeah, I'm sharing my screen right now. We're good.
Awesome.
So I believe we're on step 8 or so at the top of the page. Well, the page numbers will be different, but.
Oh yeah, that's something I need to call out. So this time we're gonna have to go a little, we're probably gonna have to go slow again and be careful. So Nick, especially Nick and I, but especially Nick, every time we do one of these events, we have to go through the content because Microsoft updates it usually on a monthly basis. And we have to review the content, make sure we're familiar with anything new that was added, but also we work through the labs individually to make sure that the lab material makes sense for you, the participant. And as we were going through lab 2 and 3 specifically, we found a few spots where steps didn't make sense or where steps were left out. So we're going to have to go slow so that we catch those and tell you where the landmines are as we go. And you may want to make notes in your lab material as we do that. So we're on step 8. Again, the fields window on the right panel is where you see a list of the tables that we generated from our queries. So in lab 1, when we were working on the queries and then saved that, these are the different fields that were created for us. So if you click the down arrow or down icon next to a table name, you can expand that field list for that specific table. So if you take a second and go to each one of those and just click the down arrow, and you can explore the field names in those various tables. So click on the data icon on the left panel of the screen. Expand the sales table in the fields window on the right side of the screen. Now scroll up and down to see how fast you can actually navigate through 3 million rows of data. And now I want you to click on the model icon on the left panel. And this is a graphical representation of the relationships between your tables. Someone asked a question during the break about one of the last steps we did in the previous lab where we looked at the query design or whatever it's called. This is sort of what it was trying to represent. It represents the relationships between your tables. This is your actual data model. This is I would call it a logical reference architecture or logical design image of your data model. And it actually shows you all the tables that were imported. And as you import information or import data, Power BI does automatically infer sometimes relationships between tables. For example, in this one, a relationship was created between the sales and product tables using the product ID column. So when Power BI sees primary keys that logically should line up, it will infer that and make those relationships. Power BI supports one-to-many, one-to-one, and many-to-many types of relationships. In this particular lab, we'll be using a one-to-many type of relationship, which is also the most common. It means that one of the tables involved should have a unique set of values. The tables may not appear exactly as shown in the figure in your book, so just be aware of that. There's a slider at the bottom that you can zoom to move that view in and out, make it smaller or larger. Also, you can move items on the screen around. You can move items in this canvas around to give yourself more room or to make them align differently or make them appear differently to make it easier for you to view. And if you click on the line between two boxes, for instance, it shows you where the relationships are. Okay, so at this point, we've loaded data from different countries. So let's start analyzing sales by country. Click the report icon on the left panel to navigate to the report view. Your canvas should be blank, as Nick's showing us. On the right-hand side, under the Visualizations tab, there's a clustered column chart visual. I want you to just click that. Then go to the Fields section on the right, expand the geography table, and click on the checkbox next to the field named Country. Also expand the sales table and click on the checkbox next to the field named Revenue. Now that you see it's populated that visual with X and Y axis and some of the data based on what you selected. Now you notice Nick is dragging that. You can select a corner of that visual and drag it up or down to resize it in a way that makes sense. You can position it in different areas on the screen. So resize it as necessary and then move the visual to the top left corner. Now notice, if you're looking at the table closely, you'll see there's something wrong. The revenue of each country represented there is the same. Notice all those bars are identical height. That's because we don't presently have a relationship between the sales and geography tables in our data model. We're now going to create a relationship. So click on the model icon on the left panel. So we're going to go to the relationship view. Sales data is by zip code. So we need to connect the zip code column from the sales table with the zip code column in the geography table. Then Nick will show how we do that by just clicking on one and dragging it to the other. And when you do that, you'll notice that it's going to pop up a warning dialog, a warning message at the bottom stating the relationship has a many-to-many cardinality. The reason is that we don't have unique zip values in our geography table. That's because multiple countries could have the same zip code. So let's concatenate zip and country columns to create a unique value field. So where you're at right now, you want to select cancel. We're going to cancel out of this. This was just to demonstrate. We need to create a new column in both the geography and sales tables that combine zip and country. So we'll start with the sales table. Click on the report icon on the left panel. In the fields section, click the ellipsis next to the sales table. Select new column. You'll see a formula bar appear beneath the top ribbon to help create this new column. We can combine or concatenate the zip and country into a new column called zip country, separated by a column. So let's create this column using the following calculation in the formula bar. So if you're on page 6, step 22, you should see a formula, zip country equals sales, bracket zip, bracket, etc. Depending on what PDF reader you're using, you may be able to grab that and copy and paste. Otherwise, you'll have to type it, so we'll give you a moment to type it in.
And also just a quick note again, Matt, that those page numbers may be off for our participants.
Right. Yeah, I'll start referencing by step. Yeah, for everybody participating, as I mentioned, lab 2 and 3, we had to make some edits to the lab documents. We will share those documents with you later, send a link to so you can download them so you have a more accurate document, because there were some challenges that we encountered. So if you're done entering the formula, press enter or click in the check mark on the left side of the formula bar. You'll get a dialog box telling you it's working on it. One note, you should have noticed as you were typing your formula that there's an automatic feature where Power BI will guide you to choose the right columns using technology called IntelliSense. So any of you guys or ladies on the phone who do custom development or programming, et cetera, you're probably familiar with IntelliSense. A number of modern development languages are built in with that. And specifically the language that you just typed your first line of DAX. So DAX is the data analysis expression, which is very similar to writing expressions in Excel. So once you've clicked OK or clicked the box, you should see a new column called Zip Country in the sales table. And you'll notice the little icon next to it, the FX symbol, which indicates you've created a column.
Hey, Matt, you cut out there.
Selecting the table, clicking on Table, Tools, New Column, etc. So
Hey,
that in your,
hey, Matt, you may want to repeat that again. You cut out for a second.
I think we may be having Wi-Fi challenges. I was saying that there's another way to create that visually, but we walked through the formula way. You could have done it by selecting new column, by selecting the table, clicking Table Tools, New Column, Modeling, etc. You see that formula in your manual. So step 23, from the Fields section, select the Geography table. And from the ribbon, select Modeling, New Column. Again, the formula bar appears. And in this case, enter the following DAX expression in the formula bar. This is going to create a new column in your Geography table. Okay, the final step is to set up the relationship between these two. So we're going to go back to the model icon to look at our relationship view. And you see in the relationship view the Geography table and the sales table. They each now have the new Zip Country field in them. So select or drag the Zip Country field from the sales table and connect it to the Geography table.
And just a quick note there, it doesn't actually matter from which table you drag it from, as long as those, yeah, you got it.
Okay, once you've got that relationship built, now you can go back and click on the report icon. And notice that your report visual is now changed, or it should have. The clustered column chart we created earlier, it shows different sales for each country. Visually, you should see that the United States has the most sales, followed by Australia and Japan. By default, it's sorting by revenue. If you click on the ellipsis on the top right corner of that report, you should notice an option to sort by country as well.
But we're going to stick with revenue.
Right. So from the field section now, expand the manufacturer table and drag the manufacturer column to the legend section under visualizations. While you have your chart selected, select the stacked column chart from the visualizations. So now we're just changing the visualization type of the chart we have. And resize it as needed. Now we can figure out top manufacturers by country. So we can narrow that down to the top 5 competitors to better analyze the data. With your stacked column chart selected, in the filters pane, expand manufacturer. And from the filter type drop down, select top N. Enter 5 in the text box. And then from the sales table, drag and drop the revenue field to the by value section. If you're following along in the manual, it should look like the visualization of the picture that's available.
And just to take a quick pulse, is everyone following along well, or how's our pace doing? If there are any questions or concerns, make sure to let us know in the chat window.
Now, we're not seeing much in the chat window. I think people are tracking pretty well. So again, I think we'll continue this pace so we don't lose people, and we'll make up time at the end of the day with the last 2 labs.
Okay, so a quick note, I'm seeing a lot of comments, and thanks guys for the quick feedback. That's very helpful. It seems like the zip country gave some problems to everyone. So just to recap, what we're doing is we're creating 2 different zip country fields. One of them is in the sales table, which looks just like this, and this will be in your manual. And then the other is in the geography table, and it'll look like this, also in your manual. And then once you've created those, what we did was we went to our model and we connected both of those zip country fields. Hopefully that'll clear up any issues there. Any errors with the name zip country? So be sure when you're creating these fields that you're naming them, and then you're giving a space, and then the equal sign, and then the space again.
Yeah, spacing, punctuation, and case are very important in DAX. So the way it was actually typed in the manual, you need to type it exactly the way it is, with the spacing, the punctuation, capitalization. Okay, the step we just finished was applying a filter just to view the top 5. So we see the top 5 manufacturers by revenue. We see that Van Arsdale has higher percentage of sales in Australia compared to other countries. Now, let's suppose that we want to, or we're interested in the top 5 competitors by revenue. So we want to group them so we don't have to add a filter in every visual. Before we do that, let's remove the top 5 visual level filter. So with the chart we're working on selected, hover over and select the clear filter icon next to the manufacturer field in the filters pane. Now from the field section, right-click on the manufacturer field name. Do not check the checkbox from the manufacturer table. Click New Group. In the ungrouped value section, use the Control key to multiple select and select Aliquia, Chorus, Natura, and Pedrum. Then select the Group button.
Hey, just a quick question I noticed in the chat. Someone said that they may not be able to see our screen. If there are any other issues there, please let us know. I believe we're presenting correctly.
Yeah, I can see your screen, so.
Perfect.
So notice that new group got added in the groups and members section. Double click on that newly created group and rename it to top competitors. Next, select Van Arsdale from the ungrouped value section and select the group button to create Van Arsdale group. Finally, select the checkbox, include other group. What that does is it creates another group which will include all of the other manufacturers. So you can now select OK to close that out. All right, so next step with that stacked column chart selected, click on the X next to manufacturer in the legends section. Over to your right. That's going to remove manufacturer. Then from the fields section, drag that newly created manufacturer groups to the legend section. Hover over one of the columns and right click. And you can select show as table. What this does is put you into what Power BI calls focus mode. The chart displayed on top and the data displayed below. It's easy to see Van Arsdale has a big percentage of the Australian market. So this just provides you another way to view your data quickly. You can use the icon on the top right corner to switch to vertical layout. In this layout, you'll view the chart on the left and data on the right. Now, if you'll just click back to report, it'll return us back to our report canvas. So I'll pause briefly and let people catch up. All right, very good. So the next thing we want to do, we want to create a revenue by manufacturer visual. So click on the white space, click anywhere in the white space of the canvas off of the chart we created. Then you navigate over to the field section and click the checkbox next to the revenue field in the sales table. And then click the checkbox next to the manufacturer field in the manufacturer table. Finally, select the tree map visual from the visualization section. And that's going to be on the third row down, last column to the right.
Hey, Matt, just FYI, we're getting some comments that we may be going too fast. Are there any, and then this is to the audience here, are there any problems that are sticking out where people may have gotten stuck at? Okay, are there any issues with the grouping that we did? The other group will not display. So let's make sure that when we select this top visual here, let's make sure that we cleared out that filter that we used for manufacturer before. And we should make sure that we have manufacturer groups in the legend and then nothing else on the filter. That should allow you to have those three groups. Now, also one other thing that may have happened is when we created this group, you needed to make sure to select the checkbox, and this should be in your manual. There's a checkbox towards the end of that new group dialog that says create other groups. So you should have your top competitors, your Van Arstel, and then other.
So I see that some people have fallen behind. I'm sensitive to that, and I appreciate. What I would suggest for some of us, if we get too far behind, is I want to make sure, one, that everybody was started with a completed Lab 1 solution, either one that you actually got through the end of and saved or one you downloaded. That's the first question. Then secondly, if you're that far behind, if you haven't got a current solution, then you download it. And then you may need to take some time individually to get caught up during lunch and shoot us questions as you work through it. Again, each person should have the lab materials in front of them following the lab.
And yeah, just to tag on to that, Matt, I think what a lot of people probably struggled with was when we had removed that filter that we applied.
Yep.
And so, yeah, just a note to everyone, we had created that top 5 filter. We then cleared that filter out. And now this is what your filter should look like when you have this visual selected. That should alleviate most of our problems.
And a quick time check, lunch is at 12:15. So we will take a quick lunch break. I hope we don't lose anybody or lose too many. Everybody take 30 minutes and grab something to eat. I don't know about y'all, but I'm getting hungry. So we'll have to stop this lab unfinished and then come back and finish it after the lunch hour.
So just really quick, and I want to reiterate this. We're getting a lot of comments on this saying that there was some, possibly not the right continuity between Lab 1 and Lab 2. So just so we're all on the same page, we highly recommend that at the start of each of these labs that you don't use the previous workbook that we had just worked on, even though theoretically that should be able to continue just fine. But instead, and I'll show it here on the screen, where you have your dyad content. So you'll want to start each lab from the previous lab's workbook. So for example, the Lab 1 solution, that is the workbook that contains everything that we did through Lab 1 and then a hard stop. So as we go through Lab 2, you should have started this lab by opening this workbook here for Lab 1 solution. And once we do Lab 3, we'll start that with the Lab 2 solution, if that makes sense. And you'll see even up in my in the title of my report that I've created this based off of the Lab 1 solution and not the workbook that we used in the last lab.
Jennifer, that's a good question. No, we're not trying to talk out both sides of our mouth. If you actually completed your Lab 1 to successful completion and saved it, you can use that one to start Lab 2. The challenge is the lab scripts changed. I just uploaded 2 files to the chat window. You should see 2 PDF files, a Lab 2 script and a Lab 3 script edited. Both of those are edits. Feel free to download those because as you work independently, working through some of this, you'll need the current lab documents. Right now, we're at a spot where we have any changes, but there are some.
Matt, I definitely think it's good that everyone that you go and download the new lab material, the new content that Matt posted for labs 2 and 3. And even though there weren't a whole lot of changes made, but some of them may have caused misnumbering. So we want to make sure that you guys are on the same page as we are. And we should have posted those earlier. That's our fault. We apologize. Matt, it looks like
we can't download.
Yeah. Let's see here. Matt or Tim, if you're on the line, is there a way that we can blast out those 2 files?
So Nick, you go ahead and continue from where we're at. Let me load those up to my OneDrive real quick that I already shared the link to. It'll be in the same spot.
Okay, I'm just gonna probably just keep this paused because I think a lot of people, are probably behind. And we only have about 10 more steps to go before we have our break for this lab. To answer questions in the chat window, so the modified, in quotes, the modified new lab materials that we're sending you for, the manuals for labs 2 and 3, they will look very similar to what you have in your diet content folder, but there are just a few changes which mainly affect the numbering. So you're going to go ahead and you're going to use those instead of what was provided in your diet content folder. Sorry for the confusion, guys.
Okay, if you still have the link that I shared earlier, that tiny URL link to the OneDrive that had the solution files, you should be able to go to that link now, and those files, the 2 PDF documents for the revised lab materials are now in that folder. Debbie, I just added 2 PDF files to that folder. Let me know if you're not seeing them.
Yeah, guys, it might take just a second for those 2 PDF files to show up. So we'll give it just a minute here. As for the colors, John, sometimes they're different. In this case, we have these 2 visuals here where even though we are comparing revenue the same way, we are slicing it by different actual groups. So even though it's by manufacturer, we have our groups up top, which only has 3 different categories. and on the bottom we have the whole list of manufacturers. So it's normal if your colors don't align for this part. And for anyone who's having troubles opening up those PBIX files, I would first try to open up Power BI Desktop, the application itself, and then File, and then navigate to open the report. That may help.
PDFs just showed up, so it took a moment to load. They should be there.
And Jamuna, to address your question, for not having Nigeria and Germany and Mexico, in your graph, I'm assuming you are referring to the top one, which again, make sure that you notice that we are showing revenue by country and manufacturer groups. So the groups is the big distinction here. Here it's just based on the actual manufacturer, and this is based on the groups, which we created by grouping certain manufacturers in the previous steps. Hopefully that clears that up. And once everyone gets those PDFs opened up, we are at Matt, I believe we're at step 54 or 55.
Yep.
Which on the PDF that will be downloaded, it'll say page 12 at the bottom.
Suzanne, to answer your question, we can email these PDFs out after. I'm sorry you can't access the OneDrive. I'm not sure what's going on. So at this point, if we could get a brief feel of how many people are still behind and not up to where we're at with what's on the screen.
And thank you to everyone else being patient as we get this worked out.
Timothy, you can just drag them around, position them wherever.
Yep. Perfect. All right, it looks like we're getting majority positive feedback here.
Yeah, Eric, if you can continue working through the manual and catch up, we're going to be close to taking our lunch break soon. I think we'll have a couple of steps to have a stopping point, and then people will have an opportunity to work on it during lunch and get caught up.
And the good news here is that now with the correct manual, these should be step for step identical to what we've done. So we're confident that you'll be able to catch up. All right, Matt, I'm ready when you are.
All righty. So where we were, we just added that tree map view. We clicked the checkbox next to manufacturer field and the manufacturer table, selected the tree map view. Now we have revenue by manufacturer. So we want to explore the interactions between the two charts we have on the page now. So on your tree map, select Van Arsdale, the big square that's got Van Arsdale in it. And notice how the stacked column chart is filtered. This further confirms that Van Arsdale has a large portion of the Australian market. And you can remove that filter by just clicking on Van Arsdale again. So you add and remove the filter by repeatedly clicking on it. The interaction between these two visuals is what Power BI calls cross-filtering. So on this next step, we've added a top 5 visual level filter. Let's put a filter at the page level. So we're always working with the top competitors in Van Arsdale and are filtering out other manufacturers. Page level filters apply to all the visuals on the page, whereas visual level filters apply to just a visual. From the field section, drag manufacturer groups from the manufacturer table to the filters on this page box in the filters pane. So if you watch next screen, you can see where that's at.
And you should be able to do this regardless of if you have a visual selected or not, right? So the filters on all page, by definition, that's on the whole page. So you can create and edit those if you have one visual selected or you're just out in the canvas. So this is what you should see right now. And I'll expand this out a little bit so we can have some more visibility.
So we just dragged the fields, just dragged the manufacturer groups to that filters pane. Select top competitors in Van Arsdale under the selector switch. Now we can add a visual that provides sales information over time. Click on the white space in the canvas, anywhere on the white space outside of the two visuals you already have. Click the checkbox next to the date field in the sales table. Then click the checkbox next to the revenue field in the sales table. Notice a clustered column chart is created. Also notice in the axis section, a date hierarchy is created. There are arrows on the top bar of the chart that are used to navigate through the hierarchy. Now you want to click on the Australia label column in the revenue by country visual. With that,
sorry, Matt, it cut out there for a second. Can you repeat that?
So click on the Australia label column in the revenue by country visual. With that visual, or with that selected, from the ribbon, select Format, Edit Interactions. As you do that, note on the top right, the other two visuals, we see new icons with the highlight icon selected. Select Filter icon for both visuals. Notice how both revenue by year and revenue by manufacturer data gets filtered down to Australia. Cool stuff, huh? Now select the revenue.
Oh, Matt, were we going to take a break?
Oh, is that the section you were talking about stopping? Okay.
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Well, we can take the stop here. So just completed 66. We'll pause Let's see. It's almost 12:10. We'll take let's take 40 minutes. We'll come back at or let's come back at. So let's all gather back at 12:45. So about 35 minutes.
All right. We're making some progress. We'll see you guys at 12:45. And I will actually stick around here in the chat window to help anyone try and catch up for a little bit. So
Okay.
if you have any questions, keep those coming. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. I'm going to grab a quick bite. I got to check email and do a couple other logistical things here. So I'll let you, I'm going to just mute and leave you on the screen. And
Yep. Sounds good.
for those of you that are sticking around, you can work on getting caught up, grab a quick lunch, work with Nick briefly while we try to get you all caught up, and then we'll regroup back here at 12:45.
So yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Matt. Okay, so it looks like we're having some common issues with the filters. So earlier in the lab, and let me refer back to the actual material. So early on, and this is kind of a confusing point, so I don't blame anyone who got lost at this step, but we had brought in a filter based on the manufacturer, I believe, or based on revenue. We had added that to the filter pane, and then that's when we had created the top 5 filter, right? We have since removed that filter, and you know, to remove any filter, whether it's a filter for a page or a visual, it's always going to be right here for this clear filter. It's this little eraser icon, and that will wipe that filter out. Now, if you don't have any plans on ever using, you know, this field as a filter again, then you can just click the X and it'll remove it completely. So this is the filter that you should have right now. This is actually the only filter that you should have for anything on this page or this report is manufacturer groups. Okay, so how to add a filter. So in this case, if you go and expand your manufacturer table, and if you drag the manufacturer groups field that we created, and if you drag that on to your filter pane, now keep in mind, you may have your filter pane closed by default with the arrow on top. You can always expand those, but you'll just drag that field onto the section or the box that says filters on this page. And Brian, hopefully that helps you out there. And then from there, you know, we selected Van Arstel and then top competitors. Good stuff. Any other questions? Okay, so how we created the manufacturer groups. So if you go back into your manual, it should be on, let's see here. Bear with me one second. So creating groups in general. So if you go to, let's say, manufacturer, right? And you click the ellipsis and you go down to new group. that's what created our manufacturer groups field here. Now, in this case, we, in your manual, it'll say to select, I believe, LE key, and then you'll control click Curus and Natura and Pirum. You'll group those. And then we created one group which just had Van Arstel, and then we clicked the checkbox. So we had 3 total groups. Then we clicked OK, and that's what created our manufacturer groups field, which is what we're using in this top left visual, and also the filter on this page. And where did the top competitors come from? So the top competitors, and this may have answered your question with that last answer, but we defined that, we created that. So if we go to, I'll just recreate this. If we click on manufacturer, if we click on the ellipsis for manufacturer and go to new group, then what we did is we selected, so you'll click on Eliki and then control click on Curus, Natura, and Pirum. And then we created a group. We renamed that. And this is what we renamed just by double clicking to top competitors. And then we added in, of course, Van Arstel, and then we had other. So that's what the manufacturer groups is made up of. Hopefully that answers your question. Any other questions? I think I saw someone raise their hand a little bit ago. Okay, so the edit interactions, and this is step 65, right? So we happened to, when we went on our lunch break, this is actually right in the middle of working with the interactions. And if you peek ahead, but try not to, but if you do peek ahead, the next few steps also will deal with interactions. So hopefully we'll have questions, explained there. If you need an explanation on what we did, so we had clicked on Australia, but you can just click on the actual, if you click on one visual and then you edit interactions, what you're doing is you're saying, now that I've selected this visual, how does every other visual react when things are selected? And then we selected, so with this visual selected, just so it should look, just like this, then we clicked the filter icon, which should pop up on both of these visuals. Before it had highlight, which is a little different. So in this case, it's saying, if you chose Australia, then it'll show you it'll highlight that portion, right? But we wanted to change these interactions to filter. So in this case, so for 2017, the revenue was, or the highlighted portion for Australia was 101. And when we switch to filter, it makes that 101 the entire, the entirety of that, or of that bar. But again, yeah, we'll dive into more with the interactions after this break. And I am going to get a countdown timer to put on the screen for our lunch break as well. That was a great suggestion from one of our participants. And John, for the PDFs, they should have been posted out earlier in the chat. I believe there was a link. There we go. Thank you, Tim. Okay, so Brian, so you were working on filtering by manufacturer, and then you selected top 5, correct? And then what you were supposed to do was bring in the revenue field over to that based on value section, and it should let you drag and drop it on there. Does it not do that? And if you're having troubles, you can you can send a screenshot. And just so everyone is aware, on the new Lab 2 manual that everyone should have downloaded, we stopped and took a break for lunch. We stopped at step 66, so we'll pick up at 67 after lunch. And that's at 12:45. Let me get a timer to put on the screen here. Debbie, that is great to hear. And I think that happens with a lot of especially self-taught Power BI users is, there's so much there that you can do on your own. After all, it's a self-service platform, right? But in doing so, it's tough to really know the boundaries of Power BI and to truly know how wide of a platform it is. And so it's always good to get these refreshers in. I've been working in Power BI for years and years now, and pretty much since its inception. And it's tricky to keep up with everything, and I'm still learning things, each week, I'd say. So glad to have you here.
So how do y'all feel about doing this as a virtual online event? So given our current situation and needs for social distancing and inability to gather and congregate in a meeting room, I mean, I prefer in-person online events, but how do y'all feel about how this is progressing as a virtual event? Would you attend another virtual event? Has it been as beneficial maybe as an in-person event, or what are some of your thoughts? Share a little bit in the chat.
And that maybe a better question could be too is it worse or better, than you expected since classrooms are typically preferred? Oh, I guess we're getting some other responses. Okay. There are definitely upsides and downsides. Brian, on step 48, let me check this for you. Okay, so the X that we were referring to under this visualizations panel, it won't have the same field that you're looking at, but just the X right there, and that'll take the field out.
As a reminder, I was just looking, we've gotten like 27 responses to the little survey that I sent out. I would still be really interested and curious in seeing your responses. Some of the questions we asked were, why did you choose to attend this particular event or at this time? What is your level of expertise with Power BI? And questions like that. It shouldn't take you, 10 minutes or so. I would really love to see your responses. So if you get a moment, complete that survey for us. That'd be much appreciated.
Also, if anyone knows of a better timer to use, this is, the quickest one that I found was just in Chrome, which didn't really scale well with the window, but at least it gets the message across. As for the advanced DAX workshops, we haven't worked out all of the details, but I would I would imagine that would be free as well. Yes. Rodrigo, that is excellent to hear, and glad to have you here from Chile.
Yeah, to weigh in on the DAX question, so we are planning some webinar activities. Usually our webinars are 45 minutes to an hour. We're looking at potentially a series of webinars around DAX, but and those would be free, but actual day-long DAX workshop is something that's in my distant roadmap. Haven't given it a ton of thought recently. Um, but if we do that, not sure yet on what the pricing model for that would look like. That's a very different animal than what we're doing today. The Power BI Dashboard in a Day workshops are sponsored by Microsoft. And basically, every partner does these for free. So it's just a question of priorities and how things line up. But we'll definitely keep in touch.
Definitely. Thanks, Matt. Yeah, Matt, I had, I know we had spoken about this before. It would probably be in a much different format, maybe, in an hour long, brief session or a pre-recorded, webinar that was released. Yeah, we'll see where that goes.
Absolutely. That's right.
Debbie, correct. Well, we're on our quote lunch break right now until 12:45, so we have about 15 minutes left, and so we're just taking this time to help people get caught up if they need and get ready for the rest of the webinar. And Aziz, you may be a little ahead there on step 73. We will get to that after lunch, but we're going to hold off on going forward for now. But I appreciate the enthusiasm. And thank you for that tip on the stopwatch. It's much, much better. Or countdown, I should say. All right, guys, I'm going to step away from the mic for the next 10 minutes, and we'll be back here in about 10 minutes. All right, guys, we'll be picking up in just a few minutes here. Guys and girls. All right. Is everyone ready to keep going? Matt?
Absolutely.
All right.
So I hope that during our brief respite, everyone had a chance to get caught up. And we left off, our last thing we did was 65, 66, selecting a filter for both visuals. You want to go back and show how that works again real quick, and we'll pick up from there.
Yep. Yeah. So going back to 65. So what we did is we had selected the revenue by country visual. We had gone up into the ribbon to format. And then we had clicked on edit interactions, which can be turned on or off. So we should make sure that it's on. I don't need that anymore. And then from there, we selected these two. We selected the filter icon here and the filter icon here. And that is where we left off. And you can keep Australia filtered as well, just to help visualize as we go through this.
There we go. So we'll pick back up now. So the next step, you want to select the revenue by year visual. Then select the filter icon on the other two visuals. Similarly, select revenue by manufacturer. And select the filter icon on the other two visuals. Once you're done, all visuals should be in filter mode. With the revenue by manufacturer visual selected, from the ribbon, select Format, Edit Interactions to remove the icons. Here we go. So previously, we had already noticed that Van Arsdale had a big share of the market in Australia. Let's check how Van Arsdale has done over time in Australia. So click on the revenue by country chart. Remove the manufacturer groups from the legend. Then click on Van Arsdale in the revenue by manufacturer visual. Then you want to control click, so hold down the control key and click on the Australia column in revenue by country visual. Now we have filtered the charts by both Van Arsdale and Australia. Notice the spike in sales for Van Arsdale in 2019 in Australia. Let's dig into that a little bit further. I want you to select the down arrow on the top right corner of the revenue by year visual. This enables your drill down capability. So one of the value propositions of Power BI is the ability to do slicing and dicing and drill downs. And this is where and how you set up a drill down. Select the 2019 column in revenue by year visual. And you should notice that your visual changes. You've now drilled down to the quarter level of 2019 with the help of the date hierarchy in the visual. So now we can investigate quarter 4 a little more. Click on the double arrow icon on the top right of revenue by year. This drills down to the next level of the hierarchy, which is month. As we look at that visual, you can tell it looks like sales picked up in September and October. They dropped off a little bit, but not significantly, but there was a spike September and October. So we want to figure out why. Let's find out if it will be an annual trend next. So click on the up arrow icon in the top right of revenue by year visual twice to drill up to quarter and then the year level. So we're drilling back up. Click on the split arrow icon on the top right of the revenue by year. This expands down to the next level of the hierarchy, which is a quarter for all the years. Notice the fourth quarter sales have always been high. So you can see that trend on the revenue by year. Fourth quarter is always trending a little higher than the other quarters. But there's, for some reason, in 2019, there was a bigger spike in the fourth quarter. So click on the, let's expand down to the month level. Click on the split arrow icon again. This expands down to the next level of the hierarchy, which is month for all years. Notice how the scroll bar appears. We have so much information in one visual now. And as Nick illustrated, we can adjust that visual a little bit and move it around, expand it to the left or right, but we're going to run out of white space. So, but it does give you a nice scroll bar so that you can visually see all the months. Let's add a slicer now so we can filter by manufacturers. Click on the white space anywhere in the canvas. Anywhere you do not have a visual, click on the white space. Then move over to the right in the field section. Click the checkbox next to the manufacturer field in the manufacturer table. You'll see a list of manufacturers. Select Van Arsdale. And notice now.
Real quick, Matt, first we have to make sure that it's a slicer.
Yep. Sorry, yep. Starting to suffer from lunch coma. So after you've selected the slicer visual from the visualization section, you should see a list of manufacturers. So select Van Arsdale and notice that all of the visuals are filtered based on your selection. Ain't Power BI cool? Hover over the top right corner of the visual and click on the down arrow. At this point, notice you have the option to change the slicer from a list to a drop down. Go ahead and select drop down. Then select Van Arsdale from the drop down. Refer back to the filtered panel in the right column and confirm that top competitors in Van Arsdale are selected in the manufacturers group. There we go. Note that there's a box for filters on all pages in the filters pane. If you have duplicate pages, this is how you can sync a filter for the whole document. So we can use the manufacturer slicer to actually analyze one manufacturer at a time. So I want you to notice when we do this, the revenue by manufacturer tree map visual is not the best representation of the data. So let's change it. Go ahead and select the revenue by manufacturer tree map visual and select the card visual from the visualization section.
And I'll give everyone just a second. I'll keep it hovered there just so we all know what the card visual is.
Yeah, thank you. The card visual is going to give us the revenue as we filter and cross-filter the visuals. Notice all key dimensions and characteristics reside in their own respective tables with their related attributes, except for date. Product attributes are in the product table. We created a relationship between product and sales. It's a good practice to have dimensions in different tables. Suppose in the future we want to add data attributes like week, week number, day of week, holiday. We need to create a date table to accommodate this. Navigate to the data view by clicking on the data icon on the left panel. From the ribbon, select Table Tools, New Table. So we're creating a new table in our model on the fly, not importing one. Notice a new table is created in the Field section on the right, and a formula bar opens up top. We're going to enter date, space, equal, calendar, parenthesis, date, etc. So follow the formula that's in your manual. If you're using the revised one we sent, it's on page 19, step 87. Note punctuation, spacing, and everything is very sensitive. But notice in this case we chose to start and end years for our date table to be 2012 to 2019, since our data set has data for all of those years. We can add more fields to this table like year, month, week, etc. by using other DAX date functions. Notice that our new date field is of the type date/time. Let's change that to a data type of just date. Select the date field in the date table. From the ribbon, select column tools, data type, date. Next, we need to create a relationship between the newly created date table and sales table. Previously, we used the visual drag and drop feature to create a relationship. This time, let's use a different option. You know, as Nick pointed out earlier, in a lot of the cases in our interface here, and as we're doing things, there's usually some, or often 2 or 3 different ways we can do things, from different menu options to drag and drop to DAX, etc. So we're just walking through or showing different options for doing things. From the ribbon, select column tools, manage relationships. That's just a different way of getting to your relationship table. Manage relationships dialog opens and select the new button. Create relationship dialog opens. Select date from the top drop down. Then you can select sales from the second drop down. Highlight date fields from both the tables. Select OK to close Create Relationship dialog. Then select Close to close Manage Relationships dialog. And what Nick's doing here is just showing you the relationship we created. And again, we can move those elements around on the screen or our canvas to suit us, organize them to look how we want, or to optimize screen space. So let's go back to our report view. Click the report icon on the left panel, and you should pretty quickly notice that the revenue by date chart looks really different. So we're going to have to fix that. Select that visual. And from the axis, click on X to remove the date field. Drag the date field from the date table in the fields section over to the axis section. Now you should see that that visual behaves the way it did before. Since there are now 2 date fields, it might get confusing to figure out which to use. So let's hide the date field in the sales table. From the field section, click on the ellipsis next to date field in the sales table and select hide. This hides the date field in our reports view. We have the option to view hidden fields and unhide fields as we need. And while we're in the sales table, go ahead and hide country, product ID, zip, and zip country as well. And I'll give everybody a minute to catch up.
Okay, so I'm seeing a few comments on some charts being broken. Since we're doing pretty good on time here, if one of you want to share a screenshot, we can see if other people are possibly going through this as well. Sorry, Matt, didn't mean to disrupt your flow there.
You're fine. You're
Okay.
fine.
Okay, so
I'm not seeing
Okay.
the chat window, so I don't have that.
Gotcha.
So I appreciate you or Tim and Shad keeping an eye on that. So you're good.
So what I would recommend based upon what I'm seeing is it's more than likely a model issue. So this is what your current model should look like. And I'll leave this up here just for a second so everyone can make sure that that this is what we have. And these are the linking fields. So that should alleviate any issues with those visuals.
Yeah, a couple of you have quickly assess that and let us know.
Awesome. Sounds like it's
We have a
fixed for
little
one.
bit of we'll pause here for a second.
Yep, looks like we got it resolved for one of the participants. So good news. Perfect.
Sweet. Okay, so while we're hiding stuff, there's still some other fields we need to hide. So on the geography table, hide the zip country field. In the manufacturer table, hide manufacturer ID. And hide the product ID and manufacturer ID in the product table. And just a note, it's generally considered a best practice to hide fields that are not going to be used in your reports. So I'll give everybody a chance to catch up there and finish hiding. So I'm assuming everybody's caught up and got those fields hidden. So at this juncture, and if you're following along in your manual, I'm on page 22 of the revised manual we shared with you. And I'm on step 107. So at this point, we want to get back now to telling our data story around Australia, Van Arsdale in 2019. So we were, if you remember a little bit earlier before we hid stuff and did some more other formatting, we were progressively telling a story about the manufacturer Van Arsdale and how they're performing in Australia and a spike we saw in 2019. So we want to get back to that story. So select the revenue by country visual. From the field section, drag the state field from the geography table over to below country in the axis section.
And make sure that you have that yellow bar, which is indicating that it will be placed underneath.
Yep, good call out, Nick. And then drag the district field below state in the axis section. So what we just did with those steps, the reason we did that is you just created a hierarchy within a specific visual. So now let's do a couple things and see how we can use this to analyze our data. So make sure that Van Arsdale is selected in the manufacturer slicer. Enable drill mode by selecting the down arrow on the top right corner of revenue by country visual. And then select Australia to drill down to the state level. Then from the revenue by year visual, select 2019. And notice the revenue by country and state visual. drill up to the country level by clicking the up arrow in the revenue by country visual. Then click the 2019 column in the revenue by year visual to clear filters. Okay. So now let's analyze by product to figure out what's happening there. Before we start, let's create a product hierarchy. This way we don't have to drag multiple fields to the visual. So from your fields section, click on the ellipsis next to the category field in the product table. Select New Hierarchy. Notice a new field called Category Hierarchy is created in the product table. So I want you to double click on that category hierarchy and let's rename it to product hierarchy. And accounting for different typing speeds, I'll pause them every few seconds, make sure everybody's catching up. Next, you need to click the ellipsis next to segment. Select Add Hierarchy, Add to Hierarchy, Product Hierarchy. Then next, click on the ellipsis next to Product. Select Add to Hierarchy, Product Hierarchy. Now we just created a product hierarchy which cascades down from category, segment to product. Give it a second, make sure we're all caught up. The last three steps were clicking a white space from the, ellipsis next to segment, add a hierarchy to product hierarchy. Is that what you're asking, or further? My commentary at the end was you just created a product hierarchy, which allows you to cascade down from category to segment to product.
Yeah, and the way that you add each of those, okay, looks like you got it. Good stuff.
Yep, she got it. Thank you for the feedback, Debbie. Appreciate it. So the next thing you're going to do is anywhere on the white space of your canvas, click on the white space, and then from the visualization section, select a clustered bar chart. And I'll slow down so Nick can hover over that and show us which one that is. You want a clustered bar chart. You know, and as you scroll across the different visualization options, you'll notice the context little thing that pops up so you know where you're at. So the clustered bar chart is top row, third from the left. You want to select that. Then from the fields section, expand your product table. And then click the checkbox next to product hierarchy. Notice the complete hierarchy gets selected when you do that. And now click the checkbox next to the revenue field. Then we want to enable a drill down mode in the revenue by category chart by clicking on the down arrow. And then click on urban. In the revenue by country visual, select Australia. And control click, hold down your control key while you click 2019 from the revenue by year visual. Notice sales in the extreme category are higher than convenience and moderation segments. So now we want to investigate.
Let's take a quick pause and make sure that everyone got that. I know there were a few clicks involved that people may have missed. And it looks, please go back to creating the chart again. Okay, so this chart, Matt, if you want to recap the creation of the chart, it was the clustered bar chart.
Yeah.
And then I'll go ahead and click this to show you the field. So we brought in the product hierarchy onto the axis here, and then the revenue onto values. So the reason why we control clicked on 2019, so remember earlier when we were editing our interactions, we wanted to make sure that each visual was capable of filtering other visuals upon interactions, right? So when we had clicked Australia, we wanted to keep the Australia we wanted to keep the Australia filter present and then add in 2019, because if we had just selected Australia and then we didn't control click 2019, then clicking 2019 could have overridden what was in the chart to the left, and it would have just expanded the filter to 2019. So basically we made sure that two filters were active. Good question.
Excellent question. So is everybody caught up on the tape then?
I think we're on step 132, Matt, if I'm...
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
Making sure.
Getting back there. Yeah, so if you're following along in the revised manual that we provided, you will notice that step 130 and 131 have been lined out, because as we worked through this content, we discovered those steps either didn't work or were redundant or what have you. So we eliminated them. So in terms of exploring our data, the next step you want to do is just select 2018 in the revenue by year visual. And then remove the drill down mode from the revenue by category visual. I need to take a pause, Nick. I'm fixing to lose power. My laptop is not powering. So I'll be right
No
back.
worries. Yep. I'll take a few minutes if anyone has any questions so far. I don't want to keep going without Matt, because this next part is, it can get kind of tricky. So any questions in the meantime are more than welcome. John, I think that would be a safe bet. Yes. Contingent upon Matt's power issue there, let's just plan on reconvening at 1:20, so we'll have just a 3 or 4 minute break.
Sorry, technical difficulty here. The power strip just failed on me. Looks like my battery was down to 19.
No problem, Matt. So
All
I told the the audience that we'd give them a couple minutes and that we'd reconvene at 1:20. We don't know how long it would be.
I'm back. That's fine.
Couple questions. So Okay, so we have a couple questions here. What is the main difference between the product hierarchy and the geography? I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. So there are two hierarchies, right? For geography, we know that that we'll have country and then district and region, state, and then we'll sort of drill down. And the product hierarchy, we have a similar situation there. So the creation of a hierarchy just allows the capability to drill down, if that makes sense. And Clint, I understand the concept of a hierarchy, but after it's created, is there a good way to view it as data? So you should, and I'm not going to click anything on my screen now just so I don't disrupt the flow of our lab, but I believe earlier in this lab or the previous lab, we showed how you can view a visual sort of in a focus mode, which is typically it's typically available for most visuals. There are a couple visuals and maybe a couple bar charts that do not support that, but most do, where you'll be able to look in the top right corner, select the ellipsis, and then have a focused view with a data table side by side. Good question. All right.
All right. You ready?
Think so.
All right. I'm going to start back at step 132. Select 218 in the revenue by year visual. And remove the drill mode from the revenue by category visual.
Yep. So this is what your upper banner here for this visual should look like.
Then control click extreme segment in the revenue by category and segment visual. Select 2019 in the revenue by year visual. And folks, as a reminder, all we're doing here is we're still visualizing and telling a story about our data and understanding our data. So these steps are just steps to explore the data.
Definitely. Good point. They may seem kind of chunky, but correct. Yeah, the idea is just to explore. This would be the exploratory phase of when you have a report.
Yep. So select 2019 in the revenue by year, then control click the extreme segment in the revenue by category and segment visual. And just notice how it filters across some of these other visuals and tells a story about your data. Now select extreme again to remove cross-filtering between your visuals. Now you want to drill up to the category level in the revenue by category visual by clicking the up arrow, and drill up to the country level in the revenue by country visual. Let's now add a matrix visual so we can view data in rows and columns. We can apply conditional formatting to the matrix visual to highlight outliers. All right, click on the white space anywhere in your canvas outside of your visualizations. Then go to the right side and on the visualization selection, select the matrix visual. Now, if you really want a second point that out.
Yep. And a quick note, make sure that we're selecting matrix and not table. Very similar and very similar icons, but we're going to go with matrix.
Good point, Nick. Thanks for the call out. Always good to have clarity.
Absolutely.
From the field section now, drag and drop the product hierarchy field from the product table to the rows section. From the sales table, drag and drop revenue to the values section. Now I want you to notice the revenue field here looks a little wonky. We need to format it so it shows the same number of decimal points. We're going to do that in a couple minutes. But right now I want you to enable drill down in the revenue by category visual. Then select the urban to do drill down. But make sure to select the category name urban and not the plus sign.
And just to clarify here, and this is something that I thought we had fixed with the script, but in that last step, I know that Matt said the revenue by category visual, which is, I believe what it's referring to is this visual here, even though this is also titled the same. So just on that step 142, we're going to want to enable the drill down here on this visual. Sorry about that, guys.
Let's add a % of total field to help give us a better perspective in our analysis. Navigate away from the format section to the fields. And drag the revenue field from the sales table directly beneath the existing revenue field in the value section. Select the down arrow next to the newly added revenue field. And then from the menu, select Show Value as a % of grand total. From the menu, select Show Value as % of grand total. Click on Australia in the revenue by country and state visual. Then click 2019 in the revenue by year visual. Now we can see that Australia, the extreme segment, has the highest market share. Let's check across time to see if this is true. In the revenue by year visual, select the 2017 column. Notice that the extreme segment has around 30% of the grand total. Now select the 2018 column. Extreme segment is still close to 30%. Now select the 2019 column. The extreme segment now has around 40% of the grand total. Click or select the 2019 column again to remove the filter. Let's drill down into the extreme segment and see if a product stands out. In the matrix visual, select the extreme row to drill down to product level. Not the plus sign, but the label. If you need to resize that visual to make it easier to see, resize it as needed. Hover over the matrix visual and select the ellipsis on the top right corner. Select Sort by % GT revenue and ensure the matrix is set on Sort Descending. From that selection, from this view now, we can see what our top products are. In the revenue by year.
And just real quick, sorry, Matt. If the numbers that you're seeing aren't lining up with what you see in the lab manual, if you want to go ahead and click 2019, then these should all line up. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Matt.
I just noticed a couple people had comments. Debbie,
Yeah.
she's only showing urban.
So Debbie, in that case, you're going to want to make sure that nothing else is being filtered. So if you want to check your filters panel, and then right now all that we have filtered is, well, visually is the 2019 column here, and then also Australia. So make sure that those are there. And also for this visual in the matrix, if you're having problems with the plus and minus signs, just make sure that you have that drill down mode enabled.
I noticed someone else commented they weren't seeing the plus and minus signs.
Yeah, let's see here. So I would double check one that you have the visual that you have selected, sorry, is a matrix, in fact, and not a table. And then I would also make sure that you have the product hierarchy correctly placed in the rows column, because without the hierarchy, that will influence if you will, in fact, even have pluses or minuses in your visual to allow those drill downs. Says,
I'm watching the chat, Nick, and he says that he answered affirmatively to both of the things you said, Jack, so I'm not sure what's going on.
So let's see here. So if we really quickly just created a new matrix.
Looks like a couple of people are having the issue.
Okay, so I'm going to create a new matrix here. If you're doing well in the lab, don't follow this part right now. This is just temporary. So creating a new matrix, and then we are selecting product hierarchy onto the rows, and I believe it was revenue onto the values, and then we added the percent as well. So this is currently filtered because of the visual here, right? If we go ahead and I'm going to find a way to work through this without interrupting the flow of the lab. Let's see here.
Yeah, we may have to come back, loop back to this on a break, Nick.
Right. Yeah, I agree. But luckily we are nearing the end of this lab, so that's not too far away. So hang in there, guys.
Right. Yeah, we'll finish this lab. We've only got a couple pages to go, and then we'll take a 10-minute break and let Nick help the couple people that are stuck before we resume with the next lab. Okay.
Sorry, I think I just figured it out. Sorry, for Rodrigo, it looks like you are missing the product field from your hierarchy. So anyways, we'll get to that after, but I think that's the issue there. Sorry, Matt.
That's
Looks
fine.
like Debbie got it taken care of.
That's fine. All right. So picking up with step 156, in the revenue by year visual, ensure your 2019 column is still selected. Notice that Maximus EU04 and Maximus UE21 are the top products, and that product UE04 has nearly 7% of the grand total. Product 04 has a big spike. In the revenue by year, and again, folks, we're just exploring data, so that's all we're doing right now. In the revenue by year visual, select the 2019 column again to remove the filter. So earlier we created a calculated column, zip country. Now we want to create a percent of growth measure so that we can compare sales over time. We're going to create this in 2 steps. But first, what's the difference between a measure and a calculated column? A calculated column is evaluated row by row. If somebody else has a mic open, please.
Sorry.
A calculated column is evaluated row by row immediately upon the execution of or completion of the DAX statement. We can extend a table by adding calculated columns. A measure is used when we want to aggregate values from many rows in a table and is not evaluated until the measure is given context, like being placed in a visual with categories and active filters.
Yeah, and Matt, a quick note on that. So that's a really tough concept to grasp for a lot of people. So Joe, just a really quick explanation just to kind of help with this. So if we're looking at sales and if we are comparing, a calculated column and a calculated measure, if we had created a calculated column, let's say it was, the sum of the number of units here in this table. Well, this column, it would only sum each row at a time, right? So it wouldn't really provide any extra information. A measure, so in this case, if you wanted to create something like, the sum of the number of units, you would create a measure which wouldn't appear in a column like this, but it would appear as a field that you could drag onto a visual, just like we have with revenue, right? So if you think of measures as they're not calculated, they're waiting until they're given a little more context before they create their calculation. And then calculated columns are more so like Matt had explained, they widen and extend a table, if that makes sense. Tough concept.
Absolutely. Thanks, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
So in the field section, select the sales table, open mic. From the ribbon, select Table Tools, New Measure. And when you do that, the formula bar opens up. Now we need to type a DAX statement. So in page 30 of your manual, or you can watch Nick type it. There's a formula there that we're going to need to type. PY sales equals, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll give everybody a minute to get that typed in and catch up, make sure it works. So once you've typed that in, you're going to select enter, and you'll see the PY sales measure show up over the sales table.
I'll keep this up here just for a minute, like Matt said, till everyone has a chance to get it typed in.
Now we're going to want to create another measure as well. So this time hover over the sales table. Click on the ellipsis on the right corner and select new measure. If you're following along in the manual that we gave you, the revised one, you'll notice a couple steps were clipped out here because they didn't match the particular interface. Sometimes it's due to changes Microsoft makes. So hover over the sales table, click on the ellipsis, select new measure, and then there's another formula to enter. And I'll pause here.
Any questions?
And just to note, for those that aren't very familiar with DAX, a lot of this will look like gibberish. That's just a part of learning the language itself. A couple things just to point out that might be useful. When you're referring to, let's say, a column in an expression, you refer to it by first stating the table that it resides in and then the column name. So when we say divide and sum, those are DAX functions that need their own inputs. But this part here for sales and then with the brackets of revenue, that's just referring to the revenue column inside of the sales table. And then for the PY sales, those are in purple, those are measures that we've created. And that's just sort of, just something useful there. But yeah, if you don't understand the full, the syntax and the layout of these DAX functions, that's completely fine.
Yeah, there are lots of references for DAX in the DAX language you can find to help some of those things. So now we want to use those measures we just created. So you need to select your matrix visual. In the field section, click the checkbox next to the newly created PY sales and percent growth measures in the sales table. And you'll notice it adds those columns now to our matrix, but you'll also notice the fields need to be formatted. From the field section, select the percent growth field. From the ribbon, select Measure Tools, Format, Percentage. Similarly, from the field section, select the PY sales field.
Sorry, Matt, my mic was cut there for a second. A quick note. So in the Measure Tools tab here, there's no box or entry that actually says format. It's just kind of hidden here. So this is where you'll make that change to currency. Okay.
You're fine. And then similarly, field section, select revenue, and then select measure, format, currency. And then in the currency, change the number of decimal places to appear from auto to 2. And click enter. And the last step of this lab, the final just data, telling the data story. In the revenue by year visual, select the 2019 column. Notice Maximus EU04 has nearly 158% growth compared to last year.
Sorry, guys, I may have misformatted that percent growth. Should not be currency. That should be percentage. There we go. Not $1.58, but 158%. Sorry about that.
There we go. Sweet. All right, so this actually concludes this lab. So let's take a quick 10-minute break if everybody needs a bio break. If there's any place here in this lab people need to catch up, we'll loop back here in about 10 minutes.
Sounds good. And just an FYI, the next lab coming up is everyone's favorite usually. It's visualization. So this should be a pretty exciting one. All right.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Somebody's got an open mic. I'll remind people to turn off their mics, please. So this next lab is all about visualization and adding additional enhancements to the visualizations. It's a pretty quick lab, so it's not nearly as long as the first two. The first two labs of this day are typically the longest and the most exhausting. These next ones tend to be the ones that, in my view, are more fun and move a little more quickly.
And just to remind everyone, let's make sure to, there's that timer again, let's make sure to start from scratch with the Lab 2 solution workbook provided. And feel free to save what you had before and, for your own use. We're going to start this one from scratch.
Just now, to be clear, if you successfully completed this lab and it looks like what the manual shows at the end of the lab, if you got that far, then you can use the solution you've been working on. You don't need to close it out and download the other one. You can start from where you ended on the previous lab, just to clarify.
Correct.
And then we sent out the revised manual for Lab 3, so we'll be working from that. So at this point, we've done a lot of data exploration and visualization, and we've found some good insights to share with the team. In this next section, we're going to create a professional report, which the entire team can use to benefit from. At the end of this section, you're going to have a report that looks a lot like what, or should look like what was on the screen when we initially started and I did the demo. That's what we're working towards. So you should all be in Power BI desktop. Your screen should look roughly like Nick's does. It may not look exactly like that because of however you ended up Lab 2 where your visualizations were. If you want to take a minute and rearrange them quickly on the screen so it looks like this, that's fine. And remember the far left table looking thing is your matrix that we created previously. So with the matrix visual selected, from the values section, select the arrow next to percent growth. And then select conditional formatting, background color.
Sorry about that. Clicking on the wrong thing. I had to get my document up.
Select your matrix.
Somebody asked where is the revised
It's in a link. Open mic. All right.
Yeah, seriously. Oh, go ahead.
Background color dialog opens. This dialog provides options to format color using rules or diverging colors. So for this one, select the diverging checkbox and select OK. Conditional formatting can also be based on another column using the color based on dropdown. So remember when we first started, when we were first examining our data, initially we added a filter to load 3 years of data. So let's go ahead and load the complete data. From the ribbon, select Home, Transform Data. The Power Query Editor window opens. In the left panel, select the Sales Query. From the right panel, where it's got applied steps, click on the X next to filtered rows 1 to remove the 3-year filter. Now select Home, close and apply to load the data. The sales data is reloaded. This time all of the data is loaded. It might take a couple of minutes as we're loading 7 million rows here, so it's going to spin for a minute.
In the meantime, just noticing some comments in the chat section. If you're having any issues with data paths, then you may need to redirect where these queries are pointing to these data files. So for example, actually I can't show you right now because we're loading data, but in that previous screen back in the Power Query Editor window, under each query, when you look at the applied steps, the first step should say source, and if you click the gear icon next to that, and you may even see it up in the formula bar, it'll show the path that it's using to locate that data. So you may just need to redirect that to wherever your dyad content is. Hopefully that helps. And we'll wait just a little longer to make sure that everyone's data gets loaded.
Absolutely.
John, I know a couple versions of Power BI, or it may have been a few months ago, and it didn't say transform data. It said something else. It may say something along the lines of that, or it may say like edit queries or something like that, but there should be some sort of option to get to that Power Query Editor.
All right, let's go ahead.
Awesome.
Everybody's data should be reloaded at this point.
Yep.
Make sure you're filled, Mike.
Hey, Matt, you're breaking up.
I keep getting an open mic. I keep hearing a lot of echo and background. All right, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, make sure the report is filtered by Van Arsdale using the manufacturer slicer. Remove all other filters. Once the data is loaded, notice the revenue by year visual. You should see columns for years 2012 through 2019. Now hover over the manufacturer slicer visual. On the top right corner, select the arrow. Select list. In the visualizations panel, select the paint roller icon. This is going to open up formatting options that are available for this visual. Expand the general section, then select horizontal from the orientation drop-down. Notice the slicer visual is updated, and you can resize the visual so all the manufacturers are listed horizontally. select Van Arsdale, and collapse the general section in the visualizations panel. So what if we wanted to add, a logo of the manufacturer, of each manufacturer to the slicer? I mean, that'd give it a nice look and feel, little extra value. So why don't we go ahead and add some logos to it? From the fields section, select the logo field from the manufacturer table. From the ribbon, select column tools, data category, image URL. So what we're doing here, this setting for the data category is basically telling Power BI or helping Power BI understand that this category is actually the URL and can access the data.
Hey Matt, I think we need to give our participants a little bit of time. It seems like a lot of them are running into having to rename those file paths.
Alrighty.
And I also believe Andrew is correct. I had switched the setting on my microphone so that it was getting feedback from the speakers. So hopefully that won't happen anymore. Thanks, Andrew. So Debbie, all we've done so far after we've selected Van Arsdale in the slicer, we've just selected the logo field here. And then we went up here under column tools and under data category, we changed it from uncategorized to image URL. And then that's where we stopped briefly to make sure everyone could catch up. And the column tools, so I see a question about that, or how to get the column tools. This tab will appear when it can be used. So when you select on, a field like logo, it'll appear. It usually won't appear if you select something else. So it's sort of a conditional tab. So for everyone saying that they don't have column tools, so if you go and click out here on some white space in your canvas, okay, then you obviously won't see column tools right now, but now go out and click on a field. So let's go click on logo. And we're not going to click the checkbox or anything like that. We're just going to click on the actual field. And it may not be named column tools, especially if you have an older version, but there should be a new tab on the ribbon that gives you the option to change the data category. Correct. Yep. Don't check the box. Exactly. Yeah, it may be on the format pane from Power BI a couple versions ago. That's correct. Once again, that's something else that needs to be updated in the lab content. Okay, so I think I'm going to assume that everyone's fairly caught up. Let us know if you're still having issues with the file path to your data.
All right, picking up with step 21. From your canvas, select the manufacturer slicer.
Sorry, Matt, it was cut out for a second.
So we need to select the manufacturer slicer on your canvas. From the field section, drag and drop logo from the manufacturer table to the field box, and then remove the manufacturer field. Resize the slicer visual as needed. Select Van Arsdale logo to filter all the other visuals. Next thing we want to do is select the revenue by year visual. From the visualizations panel, select the line and clustered column chart.
Sorry, Matt, just really quick. I want to make sure that people aren't running into this problem. If you are not seeing the logos in the manufacturer slicer, but instead you're seeing the web URLs, make sure that you covered that step of selecting the logo field and then making sure that the data category is image URL. If it just remains uncategorized or just its default value, then Power BI won't know that it needs to interpret it as an image URL. Hopefully that'll solve that problem. Sorry, Matt.
All right. So from the revenue by year visual, or select the revenue by year visual. Then from the visualizations panel, select the line and clustered column chart to change the visualization type. Now from the field section, drag and drop the percent growth field from the sales table to line values. This provides a representation of the revenue and growth over time. Next, we want to select that revenue card visual. This just got the revenue and text inside of it. Select that. We're going to change this to a gauge. From the visualizations panel, select the gauge visual. And again, remember, if it's not obvious looking at it, as you hover over each one of them, it pops up text telling you what it is, so you can find it. Some of them are more obvious than others. From the fields section, drag and drop the PY sales field to target value and resize as needed. Okay. Now let's explore changing the color of some of our visuals. So select that gauge visual. And from the visualizations panel, select the paint roller icon. Then you can expand the data colors section by clicking the arrow. And select the arrow next to fill color. Notice you could pick a bunch of different colors or pick custom colors. If you want to pick a custom color, go for it. Now, one of the things that Power BI makes available is a series of themes. So similar to a number of other Microsoft products in the Office stack where you have different themes for different purposes or things. Power BI is no exception. There's a number of themes. So let's check out some of the themes available on our desktop. So from the ribbon, select View Themes on the side skinny drop-down arrow. And you'll notice the colors on all of our visuals updated.
Oh, first, Matt, I believe we need to select the temperature theme, which should be second from the left on the very bottom.
Right.
And if you have an older version of Power BI, it may not be in that location, but any theme will work.
Yeah, right. And you'll notice that the colors on all of our visuals updated when we did that. So let's assume in this case the marketing department provided, you were working on this Power BI report for your organization, and the marketing department provided you some standard color themes, which is not uncommon. So Nick and I recently worked on a project where they wanted their dashboard very custom branded with very specific guidance from their marketing department, provided a style guide, so with color and fonts and all kinds of stuff. So the marketing department may have provided a standard color theme to be used across reports. We can use the report theme feature in Power BI by uploading a theme. Now this requires a JSON file where data colors, background, foreground, and table accent colors are defined. The JSON file can be used across all of our reports. So from the ribbon, select View, Themes, and Browse for Themes. And the File Browser dialog opens. Navigate to the Data/Theme folder. Select the Dyad Theme 2 file and select Open. Once the theme is imported, a success dialog box opens, and you can close that. Notice again here, all the colors and all of our visuals have been updated. So we can, we think this theme looks good, but we'd like to add some contrast to balance out some of the heavy use of blue. So let's select the gauge visual again. And from the visualizations panel, select the paint roller icon. Expand the data color selection or section. And select the drop down next to target. Notice the color palette's different since we uploaded our own theme. Go ahead and select black. Collapse the data color section, expand the data labels section. And go ahead and decrease your text size to 10. Expand the target section and decrease the text size to 10. I'll pause a second, make sure everybody gets caught up. So now select the matrix visual. Drill up to the segment level. So notice where Nick is clicking on the screen to drill up. Now select the revenue by country visual. From the visualizations panel, select the paint roller icon. Expand the data color section. And select a light shade of gray as your default color. Enable and expand data labels. Change display units to millions. And next you want to select the revenue and percent growth by year visual. From the visualizations panel, again, select the paint roller icon. Expand the data color section. Select black for the percent growth. And select a light shade of gray as the default column color. And I'll pause quickly again. So while we're pausing it, those of you that are caught up with us, notice how Nick's moving some of these things around on the screen. So you always have the option of realigning, resizing visuals, moving them around and positioning them on your screen in a way that's visually appealing or makes the most sense to you for what you're trying to convey with your report. So Nick's just aligning things right now and moving things around so they look a little better, arranging them for us. Feel free to arrange your screen similarly or in a different way. Now, as most of us know, every good report must have a title. So one of the obvious things that's missing here is there's not a title of this report anywhere on the screen. So let's create a report title. From your ribbon up top, select Home, text box. Enter manufacturer analysis in the text box. Then you can highlight the manufacturer analysis, just highlight that text so we can format it. And then go up top and select Seago bold as the font. Select 36 as the font size. Now resize the text box so that all the text fits on one line and looks appropriate on your screen.
And if you're having trouble making visuals fit right now, don't worry. These will all be formatted very precisely towards the end of this lab. So no stress there.
So the next step, just from the ribbon, select View. And then select the checkbox next to Show Grid Lines and Snap to Grid. This will help with aligning the visuals. You can uncheck Show Grid Lines and Snap Grids to disable these features. And rename this page to Manufacturer. One of the other things we could do is add a background image to format the reports. Click anywhere on the white space in the canvas. And from the visualizations panel, select the paint roller icon. Expand the page background section. Select the Add Image button. The File Browser dialog opens. So browse to wherever you've saved your dyad content and go to the dyad data folder. Select the background file and select Open. From the Image Fit dropdown, select Fit. Slide the transparency slider to 0%. Notice now with this background image, it's basically giving us a template of sorts. It has a place for our header and slots for images. So resize and rearrange the visuals as shown on the screen to align with this template. And I'll pause here and give everybody a minute. And you're going to be removing the revenue by category visual anyway, so you can remove that.
Just clicking delete on the keyboard after selecting it is the easiest way, by the way.
Good questions.
And again, you may need to resize and really manipulate the shapes and sizes of these visuals to get them to look like they do in the lab manual and soon to be on my screen as well. So feel free.
Yeah, I'll pause for just a couple of minutes and give everybody a chance to catch up and get your screen arranged properly before we move on.
And right now it's okay if the manufacturer analysis title doesn't fit. We will change that in the next couple steps. All right. I'm going to assume that everyone is getting close to being done. Matt, if you want to continue, it's up to you.
Yep. So from this point, why don't we add a logo to our report? Having a logo to brand it. So from the ribbon, select Insert Image. File browser dialog is going to open. Again, browse to your dyad location. Go into dyad/folder. Select the Van Arsdale logo file. Select Open. Then resize it as needed on the page. Drag the visual to the top left corner of the page. The logo is a transparent file. You're going to need to place it on the blue background to see it. So position it, resize it, make sure it fits. Now we want to change the font size and color of our report title. So go into the text box we created earlier and highlight manufacturer analysis. Then select the arrow next to the A for font color. And then pick the color white. And click on background in the visualizations pane. And select the color blue.
And let's also change the font size to 24. And you may need to go a little smaller with the title size as well, just dependent upon your other visuals. So I'm going to bump this one down one more notch.
So as you've probably noticed by now, as we've been going through exploring our data, formatting the screens and visualizations and adding visualizations, you can tell Power BI has a pretty good selection of visuals. However, as most of us know, you're always going to bump into a particular business case or use case where you need something custom. So to meet this need, the visualization engine within Power BI is open sourced, and the Power BI community contributes visuals which are available in the marketplace. So you can add and use these visuals in your reports. So Nick, you want to show that menu option where you can grab those? Select the ellipsis here, drop down, and then you can import from a file or import from the App Store.
And depending upon your version, it might just say get more visuals.
Right. There's also an option to create your own visuals and import it into Power BI Desktop. So let's add a custom visual now. From the visualization section, select the ellipsis. Select Get More Visuals. Type Play Axis in the search box and select Search. And select Add next to Play Axis, Dynamic Slicer. When you do that, notice there was a check mark in the blue star. That sign is used to identify those custom visuals that have been certified. Custom visuals that meet Power BI Teams coding requirements are certified. Certified custom visuals support features like exporting to PowerPoint and the ability to display in subscription emails. When the import custom visual dialog opens, select OK. And notice a new visual is added to your list of visualizations. So click on the white space in your canvas. And then from the visualization section, go ahead and select that newly imported play axis visual. From the field section, click the checkbox next to the date field in the date table. From the visualizations panel, select the paint roller icon. Expand the color section. Enable the show all option. Resize and position is shown in the screenshot in your user guide. It's up on the top left-hand corner to the left of revenue by country and state. Okay, if you remember this morning when we first started and I was going through the demo, the last part of the demo I talked about bookmarks. So now we actually have now a report that's ready. It's ready to publish. Let's use bookmarks to tell the story we discovered. So bookmarks actually capture the currently configured view of a report page, including all the filtering and the state of the visuals, which makes it easy to present the story. From the ribbon, select View. Select Bookmarks to enable the use of bookmarks in our report. At that point, the bookmarks pane opens. This is going to add the current state of the visual to the bookmark. Click on the ellipsis next to the newly created bookmark 1 and rename that to Initial State. So in the revenue by country visual, select the USA column. Hover over the revenue by country visual and select the ellipsis on the top right corner. Select Spotlight. In the bookmarks pane, select Add. This will add a new bookmark with this current state. Click on the canvas. Select Australia in the revenue by country visual. In the bookmarks panes, select Add. This will again add the current state.
And a quick note here that wasn't in the lab or the content. What we would ideally do is name bookmark 2 something like USA and then bookmark 3 Australia.
Now from the bookmark pane, select View. You are now in bookmarks slideshow mode. So if you look at the bottom of the report pane, you'll notice an option to navigate between bookmarks. You can use the arrows to navigate between bookmarks and to help tell your story. So from the bookmarks panes, now select Exit to exit that view. From the ribbon, select View, uncheck the Bookmarks pane, collapse the Visualizations and Filters panes by clicking on the arrows, and unselect all highlighted visuals to remove all filters. The report now should look very similar to what's on page 14 of the manual in the visual there. So you've built your first report. We got a room full of Power BI geniuses now who just built their first report. Click File and Save to save your report. And we'll take a quick 10-minute break. If people have questions, if you need to take a quick bio break, refresh your water glass. We're roughly on time again, so we'll take 10 minutes now and then we'll jump into the next lab.
Sounds good. Jason, take a peek at my screen real quick if you'd like. So make sure, and this is what solved the issue before, if you want to go ahead and click on that logo field in the manufacturer table, go ahead and make sure that the data category in the top ribbon specifies image URL. And Aziz, yes, there will be a recording. Jason, did that resolve your problem at all? Awesome. Good stuff. No problem. Manny, so we changed the filter on the years pretty early in this lab, I believe. So let's look really quick, and I should be able to show you here. If we go to transform data, if you make sure that you have your sales query clicked and you look over at your applied steps, there was an extra step that I believe was titled filtered rows 1, and that was what was filtering down to 3 years. So one of our first steps in this lab was to delete that last step, filtered rows 1, and you should just be left with this. So go ahead and try that out and let me know if that doesn't solve your problem. How to size the logos. Jason, are you referring to the Van Arstel logo or the Slicer logos? Okay, so the easiest way, so the Slicer kind of has a built-in functionality that will let the actual pills or the logos to expand and fill the space that they're allowed to be given. So if you just kind of stretch the visual, and at some point, it'll have to convert into scrolling because the logos, they have to maintain their aspect ratios. So if you just find a nice balance there, and it may take a second to get the right fit. And also, if anyone's curious, we didn't mention it, but the visual that we added, the play axis visual from the store, is sort of a slideshow-like visual, and it lets you, it lets us progress through each of the years from 2012 to 2019, again, in a slideshow format. So let's just go ahead and click play. So things like that, pretty common in terms of custom visuals. I mean, there are some really sharp developers out there who create some awesome third-party visuals and applications that work in Power BI. So I would definitely encourage everyone out there to go and explore that marketplace store. Caleb, more than likely, it would be what we've sort of run into so far with the other participants is that you need to make sure that if you look in your fields and if you look under manufacturer, if you select the logo field and look in the top ribbon somewhere, and if you have an older version of Power BI, it may not say data category, but somewhere it'll default to just say uncategorized. You have to manually change that to image URL, and then that's what lets Power BI know what to display. Debbie, it's been great to have you. Appreciate it.
versus the spring when it's drier. Like early in the season, I think you can see the water line dip. Did you?
All right, everyone. Welcome back. We're starting to wind down the day. I think we're on schedule. We're going to be moving into the fourth lab, which is publishing our report and accessing reports. So for this lab, go to your folder on your device, wherever you downloaded your content. Go to the dyad/reports folder and go ahead and open the dyad final report PBIX file. I want you to open that report up. We're going to start from there. This file is the final report in Power BI desktop that's been created. However, and it's using the same data set that we've been using throughout our labs today, but the product team has added a few more visuals and formatted the reports. So open that up and feel free to explore that report for a bit in your Power BI desktop. So you can see from looking at this that where we ended off and where they have this one looks a little different, obviously. They cleaned the screen up a little bit more and made them a little prettier. So we'll just start with this report. I'll give everybody a second to catch up and get that report opened. You should have it in your content on your hard drive from what you downloaded in the Dyad reports folder, and that's the final report PBIX. If anyone's having a difficulty opening that, let us know, and I'll give you another minute to everybody to catch up. Yeah, I see that. So,
Yeah, on the market share tab, this new visual, this is one of Power BI's new features. If you want to go ahead and click this visual and delete it, and it also seems like they already had the duplicate of market share, but that might help a little bit.
yeah, are you some of the folks are experiencing a JSON error where they may have opened the wrong file?
Okay. What sort? Okay, it's a JSON file not found issue. Okay, let me dig into that really quick.
Well, I think like Clint was one of them. He said he had opened the wrong thing, so I think we may be good. We'll see.
Ah, okay.
All right. John, how about you? I see you were having an error too. Oh, are you trying to open the Dyad final report that you may have downloaded from my link earlier, or are you downloading the one that you already had in your downloaded materials? Because the one in the download materials is opening from a known file location, wherever the JSON file is stored. That may be causing an issue. I'm not sure. Not encountered that before, so I'm not sure. Is anyone else having? I see two people right now that are having that issue.
Yeah, it should be. It should be able to open. I'm not sure why there's a JSON error. Usually that means that the workbook you're opening is trying to use a theme, a JSON file as a theme that you can't find the path to. But in the report that I have open, I checked the theme and it's just using the Power BI default. So I guess these are just some of the problems that we go to that we go through when we try and sort of clean up the content of these webinars, because Power BI changes so much and so fast, like Matt alluded to.
Yeah, if we've only got, no offense to anyone, we've only got a couple people having an issue, I might suggest you just watch and read along in the manual. It's difficult to troubleshoot issues like this in a online forum. Not real sure what may be causing that issue. So for now, I'll assume that everyone has opened up the file, and your screen now looks like what Nick has up that we're showing. And there were a couple of visual elements on the screen that Nick deleted, so and there's an instruction to right-click on the Market Share tab and select Duplicate Page. Looks like that's already been done for us. In this case, it was already added, so we'll skip. All right, so for this example, we want to highlight the market analysis title and change the font to black. Then click on the View ribbon and click Phone Layout, or Mobile Layout. They've changed that one, Mobile Layout. Drag the market analysis title to the top of the phone or mobile layout. Then adjust the size. Now drag the market share card onto the phone layout and resize that. And if I wasn't clear before, what we're doing here is we're preparing this report for mobile viewing on a mobile phone. I didn't state that clearly up front. Now then drag the growth by manufacturer chart next to the card on the phone layout. Drag the revenue by year and manufacturer line chart below the card on the phone layout. Then resize that to stretch across the phone layout. And next, drag the map below the line chart, resize the map. Now save the file. Okay, for the next part of the lab, we're going to be leveraging the Power BI service and publishing a report. So hopefully everyone has signed up for a Power BI account or has a Power BI account through their organization. So at this point, you want to open a browser and open your Power BI page. Navigate to http://app.powerbi.com and sign into Power BI using the user account that you used to create your account earlier. Now, for this particular example, your screen should not look like Nick's. Nick and I do a ton of Power BI development for our clients, and we publish and test stuff all the time in our own account. So you see Nick has a bunch of stuff out there. Yours should be empty. So if you're using an organizational account and you've been using Power BI and you've logged into Power BI before, your home screen will list your favorites and frequents and recent reports and dashboards. And that's the stuff you're seeing on Nick's screen. If the left navigation is collapsed, select that little hamburger icon at the top left of your screen and expand the left navigation. So you'll note here a number of options are listed in the left navigation. Your home screen, which is your one-stop shop for all your content, lists your favorites, recent content, etc. The favorites lists all your favorite content. We're going to create a favorite in a later section as we do this. Recent lists the most recent content you viewed. Apps lists all the apps you've installed. If you're working with a number of folks within your organization and you're collaborating with one another and you're sharing reports back and forth, the shared with me will list content that has been created by someone else, published, but then shared with you. Workspaces list all the workspaces you are assigned. By default, everyone is assigned to my workspace. So select the down arrow next to my workspace. Notice dashboards, reports, workbooks, and data sets. So let's import a Power BI desktop file and create some dashboards. One second, please. So my workspace is your personal workspace. We need to create a workspace where we can collaborate with team members and distribute content. So let's create a workspace. In the left panel, select Workspaces, create a workspace. The Create a Workspace dialog opens. By the way, if you're not using Power BI Pro, you will not see this because this is a feature of the Power BI Pro SKU. So if your organization, for instance, if you're using a Power BI license assigned by the organization you work for and they assigned you the free license, this isn't going to work for you. In the Create a Workspace dialog, select Upload. The file browser dialog opens. Browse to your Add Data folder. Select the Van Arsdale _WS logo file. and name your workspace text area, enter dyad underscore your email address. You're entering your email address as part of the workspace name so that we keep it unique. In the description text area, just enter, this is dyad workspace. And then select save to save the workspace. And you'll navigate through the, I think it's under the hamburger, Nick, new look off button to turn the new look on.
Yep, it's actually up
There you go.
top
Yep.
on the top banner, top right now.
Select that. We need to turn that on if it's not on already.
Yeah, the wording in the manual is kind of confusing.
Yeah. Well, I keep changing stuff without updating everything in the manual. Notice now we've navigated away from my workspace to the workspace you just created. So right now you should be seeing the welcome screen with options to discover or create content. Discover content has options to connect the apps that are shared by your organization or online services. Create new content has options to connect to files, databases, and data flows. There are two options to publish the Power BI desktop report we created. We can do get options under files or publish from Power BI desktop. In our case, we're going to publish from the desktop. So for now, navigate back to, leave the Power BI service open on your screen, but Alt-Tab and navigate over to, or click the bottom along the taskbar and navigate to your Power BI desktop. Should be in the dyad final report. Go ahead and turn mobile view off. So now your screen should look similar to what Nick's got up in front of us. And if you've not, so everybody should still be signed into Power BI. So from the Home tab, select Publish. And the Publish to Power BI dialog should open.
1 sec, Matt. I need to log into my other account. Sorry.
All right. Anyway, for everybody else participating, the Publish to Power BI dialog should open, and you should see a workspace that you can publish to. So select dyad underscore your email address from that dialog. Then click select. Should see a screen that says publishing to Power BI. And I will wait there until everybody catches up.
One second here.
So while we're paused here, let me know in chat if you've not been able to either log into Power BI or publish your report. If it's not publishing, let us know.
All right, Matt, I'm good on my end.
All right, did you publish?
Right about now.
All right, hopefully everybody got to this point and they got this dialogue that you successfully published. Once you're in the browser, so go ahead and click the link there to open Dyad in Power BI. So each of you should be opening up your individual report, and it should open up in a browser window now. Once you're in the browser, in the left panel, notice under Dyad your email address. You should see Reports, Dyad Final Report, and Data Sets, Dyad Final Report. So you notice Nick's highlighting those things with his mouse. So now we're going to build a dashboard. So in this section, we're going to create a dashboard that combines data from the market share report as well as social report. At the end of this section, we'll create a dashboard that looks like the screenshot if you're following along in your manual on page 13. So from the left menu, select Reports, Dyad Final Report, and you'll be navigated again to the report that you just uploaded or published. In the map visual, enable drill down by hovering over the visual. Select the down arrow on the top right corner of the visual.
Hey, Matt, give me just a second to catch up there.
Yep. Ready?
Yep.
So in the map visual, enable drill down. We did that. Select the down arrow on the top right corner of the visual. Select Australia to drill down to state level. Okay, now we'll pin some visuals to the dashboard. Hover over the Van Arsdale market share card visual. Select the pin icon on the top right of the visual. When you do that, the pin to dashboard dialog should open up. And since we haven't created a dashboard yet, we don't have any dashboards available to pin to. We need to create a new one. So let's create one. So select the option button for new dashboard. Enter Van Arsdale in the text box, and then select pin. Notice now in the left-hand panel, Van Arsdale dashboard is created under dashboards. And I don't think the manual mentions it, but I know you noticed on Nick's screen when we pinned it, it came up with an option as pin for mobile view. You can select that or not. The guide doesn't specifically discuss that. So, but notice in the navigation now under your dashboards view on the left-hand navigation, you have a dashboard called Van Arsdale. And if you select that and look at the dashboard, you'll see that Van Arsdale market share tile has been pinned to the dashboard. So tiles that are in your dashboard view are not interactive the way they are in a report. So go back to the report view. Hover over a growth by manufacturer visual. Select the pin icon on the top right. And when the when the pin to dashboard option comes up, this time we're going to make sure Van Arsdale is selected. We want to pin to an existing dashboard. Close out alert dialogues and then hover over revenue by year and manufacturer visual. And again, we're going to pin that to the same dashboard. Close out the alert dialogues. Navigate to the by manufacturer page. On the left-hand side, notice where Nick's mouse is. By manufacturer page. From the top right corner, select the down arrow. Notice that the manufacturer slicer displays. Select Van Arsdale from the slicer so we can filter our visuals. From the top right corner, select the up arrow. Notice manufacturer slicer collapses. So now you want to pin the gauge visual to the dashboard and pin revenue by country visual to the dashboard. So I'm going to pause here and let everyone catch up. All right, so from the left panel, up near the top left-hand corner, just above the home item on your menu, the little 3 lines, or some people call a hamburger, I guess. Select that and click Dashboards Van Arsdale. And it should show you the Van Arsdale dashboard. Notice all the visuals are pinned as tiles to the dashboard. And they're going to be scattered all over the place and look similar to what Nick's got on his screen, is what it's going to look like. Each visual on the dashboard is called a tile. These tiles represent the data chosen and will be kept up to date as the data in the model updates. Tiles are not interactive, as we mentioned earlier, but we can organize the dashboard and rearrange it to suit ourselves. So resize and move the gauge tile. If you're following along the manual, it's on page 17, is shown in the screenshot, top left corner. Select the bottom right corner of the tile and move it diagonally to change the image size. Tiles can be of various sizes, 1 by 1 to 5.5. Click on the ellipsis and select Add Tile. Add Tile dialog opens. Select Image as the source. Next. In the URL text box, enter, and there's a string. Again, if you're following along in the manual, type the text that's in that string. It's a GitHub user content location. URL is case sensitive. So I'm going to pause here and give everybody a moment to type that in. Follow Nick's typing on the screen. If you have gotten it typed all the way, just select apply and you'll notice a new tile pops up with the logo that's been added to the dashboard. So again, if you're following along in the manual, once you've entered that, click apply, and the logo's on your screen. On page 18 of the manual, the next step is to resize and rearrange all the tiles as shown in the screenshot on your manual. So for our purposes here, Nick will rearrange them on his screen and you watch and follow his. I'll pause here for a few minutes while we get that done. Yeah, if you haven't noticed, Nick did post that URL in the chat window so you can just copy and paste it. So we're doing really good on time, so I'll just hold here for a second and make sure everybody has a chance to catch up. See, Nick's already got his complete, so I'll let everybody else catch up with him. So what we're going to do next is edit some of our tiles. So if you're in your dashboard view and you've gotten your tiles rearranged, your revenue by country tile shows revenue for country or by country for Van Arsdale. So let's rename that. Hover over the revenue by country title. And then as you're hovering, an ellipsis will show up. Select the ellipsis on the top right corner of the tile. Select Edit Details. The Tiles Detail dialog opens. And then just type a new title in there. Change the title to Van Arsdale Revenue. Then select Apply. So it'd be nice to have a visual that represents market share by country. So if you notice on the top of the visual, there's an option to ask a question about your data. This is similar to the ask a question in the desktop client. In the text box, start typing Van Arsdale market share. As you do that, notice that a card visual is created. Continue typing Van Arsdale market share by country. Notice a bar chart's created. Continue typing Van Arsdale market share by country as tree map. Notice a tree map visual is created. Remember, we renamed the tables that we were using early in an earlier step. One of the reasons for some of the renaming was to make it user-friendly for Power BI Q&A. So we've got the tree map visual. From the top right of the screen, select Pin Visual. Pin to Dashboard dialog opens. Select Pin to pin the visual to the Van Arsdale dashboard. Close the alert dialog. Select Q&A or exit Q&A to navigate back to your dashboard. Notice the visual is added as a tile to the top of the dashboard. If you click on the tree map visual, it will navigate you back to the Q&A section. Power BI quickly searches different subsets of your data set while applying a set of sophisticated algorithms to discover potentially interesting insights. You can run insights against a data set or a dashboard tile. Let's generate insights on a dashboard tile. When we run insights on a dashboard tile, instead of searching for insights against an entire data set, search is narrowed to the data used to create a single dashboard tile. This is often referred to as scoped insight. So for this one, hover over the line chart on the dashboard. Select the ellipsis on the top right corner. Select View Insights. What will pop up for you, or what will navigate for you, is a focus mode for the line chart. Scroll on the Insights panel to review the various insights Power BI can generate. Click on Exit Focus Mode at the top to navigate back to the dashboard. We want to be notified or alerted when Van Arsdale's market share goes above or below a threshold. So we can set up alerts in Power BI to achieve this. So hover over the Van Arsdale market share tile. Click on the ellipsis on the top right corner of the tile. Select Manage Alerts. The Manage Alerts dialog should open for you. Select Add Alert Rule dialog. Notice you can add above and below threshold and notification frequency. This is merely an introduction to managing alerts. We're not going to cover this functionality completely. It's outside of the scope of this lab, but we just wanted to expose you to it and show it. So at this point, just select Cancel to close the dialog and don't save. All right, click on the Van Arsdale market share tile to navigate back to your report. In Map Visual, right-click on Australia bubble and select Drill Through by Manufacturer. Be navigated to By Manufacturer page of the report with the Australia filter applied to the report page. Hover over the matrix visual. Select Focus Mode icon on the top right-hand corner of the visual. Click on the double down arrow to drill down. Then click back to report.
Sorry, Matt. One second. I'm trying to make these adjustments. They've changed the layout of Power BI Online since they published this content. So bear with me.
No, you're fine. You're fine. I'll pause a minute while everybody catches up. Let me know when you're ready, Nick.
Yep, we're good.
All right, from the top menu, select bookmarks and select show more bookmarks. The bookmark pane opens on the right. You should see two options, personal bookmarks and report bookmarks. Report bookmarks. Huh?
Sorry, Matt. Give me just a second here.
There we go. Report bookmarks are the bookmarks that the report author created. We did this in an earlier step in the Power BI desktop as we were finalizing our report. Personal bookmarks, report consumer can create their own bookmarks. So you publish this report out to a number of folks in your organization and they've been looking at it. They can create their own bookmarks for the report. Select view in the report bookmarks pane. Notice you can view and navigate through all the bookmarks by using arrow at the bottom of the screen. The behavior is just like what we saw earlier in Power BI desktop. So go ahead and select exit and bookmark pane to close it. Power BI also provides an option to get quick insights into the complete data set. So navigate back to the Power BI service. In the left panel, hover over Data Sets, DIAD Final Report. Select the ellipsis. Select Get Quick Insights. Now, if you're doing this on your screen, it may take a couple of minutes for the insights to be created. So it's going to spin for a minute. Once insights are ready, a message appears at the top right corner. Quick Insights report is displayed based on the data set. This can provide insights into data you may have missed and helps to get a quick start with creating dashboards. Hovering over each report provides an option to pin it to the dashboard. So that concludes this lab. That's the conclusion of the lab. So let's take another quick 10-minute break. We're actually doing very good on time. Since we've been answering questions through the day as we go and not doing the 30-minute Q&A at the end of each lab, we've made up time. Our agenda is supposed to run till 5. I believe we're going to end well ahead of that unless we want to sit and have a lot of Q&A at the end of the day, which is fine with me as well. But for the moment, why don't we take 5 or 10 minutes and we'll come back. The last lab is very quick. We'll go very quickly. So I'll see y'all back in 10 minutes and give everybody an opportunity to catch up or stretch their legs or do a bio break.
All right, Matt, are you back?
Yep, I'm here. I was just answering a couple quick questions. All righty. Home stretch, folks. We're nearing the end of the day. Just about maybe 30 minutes more of lab left here. And then we'll have some time for Q&A before we wrap up the day. So at this point, you've built a dashboard. You've put a lot of hard work into creating reports and pinning them to dashboards. And now you're ready to share this with folks and get some feedback and collaborate with other members of your team. If you logged out of PowerBI.com, please take a moment to log back into the service where you were or where we left off. I'll give everybody a few seconds to do that. I'm not going to assume that everybody remained online. So get signed back into your Power BI account. And once you're back in, Nick, are you logged into Power BI, the service?
Yes, I am. I was just letting everyone know to open up the Lab 4 solution workbook for this lab.
They should be working with what we've already published up into the Power BI service for this lab.
Yeah, I was just reading off the Lab 5 instructor content, but I mean, we've seen how accurate that is.
Yeah. Well, I guess what I want to avoid is a situation where you have to republish a bunch of content if they're opening up from that PBIX. And we didn't make
Sure.
changes,
Fair enough.
so should be fine. Let's everybody get logged into the Power BI service. Okay. From the left panel of your browser window, I want you to select Workspaces. Select the ellipsis next to dyad _ your email address. You want to select your workspace that you created earlier. And select Workspace Access. An access dialog opens up here, and you can enter the email addresses of colleagues or people that you want to collaborate with or share this data with. And each user can belong to one of 3 different roles within Power BI. A contributor is someone who can add, edit, or delete content within a given workspace. A member, everything a contributor can do, plus reshare, publish, and update apps. And an admin, everything a member can do, can change, delete workspace, can add admins. So you'll be very careful with how you allocate these permissions to people. You don't want someone inadvertently deleting an entire workspace. So enter an email address, select the role, and click Add. Once you finish adding a couple of colleagues, you can select Close. If you don't have a colleague's email, please close without submission. I'll give everybody a second to catch up here. So the next thing we're going to do is share the content we've created with report viewers and consumers. To do this, we need to publish an app. So an app can include multiple dashboards and reports. In the left-hand panel, select dyad your workspace, your email address. So select your workspace that you created. In the dashboard page, notice there's now an option included in app to include the dashboard in the app. Navigate to the reports page. Notice here, likewise, there's an option included in app to include the reports in the app. If you have reports and dashboards in your workspace that you do not want to share with report viewers, you can uncheck the box. In the left panel, select Dyad in your workspace. In the upper right corner, select the Create an App button. In the Setup page, enter "This is Dyad app" under the description. From the navigation menu, select Van Arsdale Dashboard. When a user accesses the Dyad app, we want them to land on the Van Arsdale dashboard. Navigate to the permissions page. Enter the email addresses of the users or groups you want to give access to. If you didn't have an email address to enter in that earlier step, don't worry about it here. On the bottom right-hand corner, select Publish App. A Ready to Publish dialog will pop up. Select Publish. Once the app has been published, a success dialog box will appear. Go ahead and close your dialog box. You can copy the link to the app after it's been successfully published and share it with individuals via email. But a better way is to actually have viewers consume the app is by logging into the Power BI service and registering your app. So let's impersonate a report viewer. From the left menu, select Apps, select Get Apps.
Hey, Matt, hold on just one second. For some reason, it didn't publish the app. Let me get this worked out.
I see that. No worries. I'll give you a second. See, some of these things today, folks, are an example of when technology doesn't work like technology's supposed to. You can never count on technology 100% of the time.
Okay, it looks like we're good now.
Yeah, there we go. Cool. All right. So from the left menu, select Apps, then select Get Apps. App Source dialog opens. You'll notice that your app is listed. You can select the newly added app. This is a one-time registration, so going forward, when you select apps in the left panel, you'll see your app in the list of apps you have registered. You can click on Get It Now.
And Matt, I believe in this case, since we had already created the app, that it's already in our, Yep.
So I guess we did not publish in the instructions to be sure that people downloaded Power BI for their mobile phone. So I'm guessing probably a lot of people don't have the app on their mobile phone. So the last 2 or 3 pages of this lab, I'm going to skip for now. I think that's one, and it's not very difficult. Yeah.
Matt, I can go ahead and get some screenshots from my own Power BI app and maybe publish them to the chat just so our audience can see what the visuals look like.
That's fine. Or there's actually screenshots of the visuals in the lab manual too. So That's probably an area that, if people wanted to take time later on their own, pull the manual out,
Sure.
download the client, and spend 10, 15 minutes finishing up this lab on their own.
Awesome.
So we are at the end of the Power BI desktop dashboard today. So this ends our seminar. So I'm going to open it up now for some final Q&A. It's not quite 4 o'clock. Our agenda ran till 5. I'm not going anywhere. My team and I will stick around. If there are other questions that people want to ask in general, or we can field questions for you, we're happy to do that. Or if people want to leave and go ahead about the rest of their day, I would ask before you leave. So remember, we're Oakwood Systems Group. We are a top-tier data and analytics BI partner in the St. Louis and Kansas City market. Would love to have you reach out to us if you have some Power BI needs. There's a number of things that we can offer as a follow-on or as a call to action. So we also will come out to individual organizations' sites and do lunch and learn activities, so we can customize or tailor an experience to your organization and do a lunch and learn around some aspect of Power BI. It's usually an hour and a half, 2 hours. We can work with you to do a paid engagement around a proof of concept. A new service offering that we're running out right now as part of our application managed services line of business is a Power BI as a managed service. So you can work with us and leverage our team to do Power BI within your organization to help fill needs that you might have, or to flesh out your bench, or if you have a Power BI project going that you just don't have the resources to finish it on time or on budget, let us know and we can help with that. So there's a variety of services we can offer. Also, following this event in the next day or the next 24 hours or so, we'll be blasting out an email to all of you with a survey. We'd appreciate it if you would take our follow-up survey and let us know what you thought of the day and what you thought of our event today and how you thought it went, etc. So we'll be getting that out to you.
Yeah, so I've seen a couple questions come in about the recording of this presentation. Obviously, this is a little unique in its length, and I'd like to make sure it's as useful as possible to the people that attended. So what I'd like to do is, if you give me a day or two, perhaps the beginning of next week, I'll have this cut up, and I'd like to be able to offer this in bookmarks so people can jump to various sections that they deem necessary. So give me a few days, and we'll make sure to get that out to you so you can review any of the content you might like to review.
So Brian Garcia, I see your question. Who's the app visible to? It's visible to those people that you entered in the one dialogue. Remember, as we were walking through it, there's a spot where they ask about who you want to see, and you enter the email addresses of people that you want to see it, and it limits the access to those people.
Yep, and that's right. Let me go back here.
Thank you, Joyce, for your feedback. Appreciate your being here.
So that permissions question would be answered. So in terms of permissions, you have the workspace, which is where we could add members as admins, as members, as different roles to come in and out of the workspace to edit content. But then also, once we went to publish the app, that's where we set permissions again. So that's sort of the final layer, and it's basically entirely for consumption, whereas the workspace permissions are more for authors, Q&A, people who are going to have their hands in the actual reports and dashboards.
So Nick, somebody asked a question, how do they download that matrix grid as an Excel file?
Oh, okay. Yeah, give me one sec here. All right. So if you're following along on the screen here, so we had the matrix that we created, and if you click that upper right hand ellipsis and click export data, and actually, I believe, if you first want to show as a table, you can then export it. But if you just go to export data, then it'll let you export as CSV. And this will also work in the Power BI service online. So you can have a report that's published in an app or a workspace, and it'll have that same sort of functionality. And there actually are capabilities to download in Excel formats in addition to CSV.
So, Nick, there's a question about using a gateway and keeping data synced between on-prem data source and Power BI. You want to just speak briefly to the gateway service?
Yeah, absolutely. So for gateways, there needs to, a recent example would be there was an on-prem data source that was feeding data into one of our data models that was published to a report and an app. And so that data needed to be refreshed roughly every 4 hours or so. And that data was completely on-prem. So we had to, we set up a workstation in their virtual network or in their on-prem network that had a connection to that data source. And then the workstation was connected to the Power BI service. And so the gateway was linked to a refresh schedule. And I can actually show you really quick. Let me see if I can find one that I've used before. Matt, would it be okay if I hopped into the CH environment, or just to?
No, we can't do that.
Okay. That's a great question. And there's a lot. There are a lot of details, and there's a lot that goes into maintaining those gateways and those refresh schedules. But in my experience, the ramp up time and the time spent establishing them, it takes a while, but after that, it just goes, and they're very consistent. And I very rarely have problems with gateways going haywire.
Also, we will be, so we're seeing a lot of these questions here. Can we capture this chat window, Jim?
Yeah, it'll be available to us. It's just
So-
part of the team meeting.
So we'll go through this later and grab these questions, and we can publish a FAQ document, frequently asked questions document, based on the question we're seeing and hearing, and respond to those questions, and we can send that back out to you as an email attachment.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
So we have a guest here, Clint. He's wondering
Yeah.
if he could come off mute.
Sure, Clint, go ahead.
Actually, he may be muted from our end, Matt. Let's make sure he can.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
There. Yes, we can.
Hey, thanks for doing this. This is great. I got a lot from it. I have a handful of questions, but I don't want to monopolize the time. So if they start to go long, maybe I can follow up with one of you afterwards, potentially.
Sounds good.
Awesome. So no particular order here. I get the general concepts between having the report and the dashboard and the app, and I was able to mostly follow along. I was wondering if you could maybe give or just speak about a few real world examples about when you would want to use one versus another and how you would target your audience.
Absolutely. That's an excellent question. So there's sort of two parts to that. So you have the report and the dashboard dichotomy, and you also have the workspace and the app dichotomy, right? In terms of apps versus workspaces, when to use what. Apps are best used when you have defined audiences, or perhaps more than one audience with different levels of permissions and restrictions, and they may not be, proficient Power BI users, so they may not be able to hop into, the Power BI service online and go to a workspace and navigate to a report, et cetera. When these apps are published, they are very simple. How you saw earlier, it was just pretty much a one click, to get access to them. So I would say that workspaces are best for Q&A, for testing, for development, and the apps are best for distribution, if that answers part of your question.
Yes, I believe it does. So I'll admit it, my company, we're 90% Microsoft shop, but we use Tableau for visuals.
Mm-hmm.
And whenever I was seeing what you were doing with reports versus dashboards, some of the kind of concepts in there, like in Tableau, there's not really that split. It's just a dashboard, right? You have a project of dashboards. And so in my mind, I was trying to separate, when you would use one versus the other versus having just like one thing in Tableau.
Absolutely. Yeah, another excellent question. So in my experience, when our clients get to the point of having dashboards as opposed to just reports, that's usually once they have very established reports, a sizable collection of reports, and perhaps they have a set of reports for finance and for HR and for various departments, and they want a dashboard to maybe pull or pluck just one or two visuals from each of those collections of reports. So dashboards, I don't want to say that they are, it's much more common to use and distribute reports with our clients. Matt, would you agree? I'd say, it's maybe, 9 times out of 10, we don't even touch dashboards.
Right.
And it's just all pretty much set at the report level, similar to Tableau.
Set at the
Maybe
report level, or we publish apps. We have a couple of clients that have asked for dashboards, but not that frequently.
Gotcha. It seemed like maybe that would be something that could be targeted more towards like a higher level executive group, right?
Absolutely.
Really good, like very verified content. It's been beaten up a lot, and the data is very accurate, and they just want to see the same things, over time changing.
Very strategic. Okay. Yes.
Awesome. Got a couple more if that's okay.
Yeah.
So next one is like, what would you say would be, in your opinion, benefits and advantages of using this over Tableau?
That is a good question. So, Matt, if you want to chime in on any high-level discussions here, I'd say a brief explanation is that Power BI can be seen as more of an end-to-end reporting and analytics platform, along with their capabilities that we saw in the Power Queries and in the data modeling, and how it's streamlined with the Power BI online service, so that the data sets and the data models can be sort of held in tandem with those reports. That's very crucial. And I would say that Tableau, although, I started out personally, professionally working in Tableau before I got to Power BI. So I had to make some adjustments, especially visually, right? Tableau, they do an excellent job of making very, very flashy and appealing visuals. But in terms of an end-to-end platform that's not just for reporting, but for analytics, that can be integrated and connected with, with virtually every other Microsoft and Azure-based technology, I'd say those are the main differences, especially if you're a 90% Microsoft shop.
Yeah, I would say, especially that last data point, if you're already using mostly Microsoft or you're a Microsoft ecosystem, the connectivity between Power BI and the rest of your environment is going to be significantly enhanced, whereas Tableau, you can connect to those other things that are Microsoft, but it's a little more work. The other big advantage is in ROI and total cost of ownership. You're going to realize ROI from both Power BI and Tableau if you have created compelling visualizations and reports that appeals to the end user community and allows them to make quick, actionable decisions. However, the TCO on Power BI is significantly better than Tableau because of the licensing cost. Microsoft Power BI is at a much lower price point than Tableau. And I would say the other biggest advantage to Power BI is the Microsoft advantage of how quickly they roll out new updates. So if you follow Power BI, I would encourage you to subscribe to, there's a professional Microsoft Power BI blog site that I would subscribe to if I were you and get their updates. They have ongoing rolling updates on almost a weekly basis. They very actively monitor their user community and they're adding enhancements and updates on a very regular basis. Whereas I think Tableau and MicroStrategy and some of the others tend to be a little bit slower to market with enhancements. So that's why if you look at Gartner's Magic Report or Forrester, they tend to lag behind Power BI in terms of how quickly they get to market in their visionary status. So I would add those things. And I know you had a couple of questions, but I want to answer a couple others real quick.
Sure thing.
A couple of people have asked about other webinars or other seminars to dig in a little deeper to Power BI. Right now, we're still building our roadmap, but understand we're a technology company. We're a consulting organization. We're in the business of helping people develop solutions across a variety of Microsoft technologies. We're not a training company. That's not our primary focus. We do the dashboard of the day because as a Microsoft partner and Power BI partner, it helps us stay in touch with our customers. It helps us sometimes drive business, and it is viewed as an investment on our part to make new contacts within the community. But we're not technically a training firm, so I don't have anything really on my roadmap for other deeper dives beyond potentially adding things into my webinar series. We can add you to our mailing list for webinars if you like. We do conduct on average a monthly webinar on something related to data and analytics. For instance, in January, I did a webinar on SQL Server 2019 data virtualization. We recently did a webinar on Azure Synapse Analytics. If I have enough interest from people, we can actually plan a couple of additional webinars around a very targeted, focused aspect of Power BI and do a deep dive on it. The question related to that was how often do we offer the dyad? We've done a number of these in the past as live events, both at the Microsoft Technology Center or here at our offices. In terms of how often we do it going forward, I haven't really put a roadmap together around that. I've thought about or toyed with the idea of quarterly. As you see today from the time we've committed today, this is quite an investment on the part of our team. So being able to do it, too frequently is actually not feasible, but a quarterly rhythm might be something we could work out or do, just not sure yet. We also wanted to get a feel for how the virtual dyad would go before we make a decision to plan very many of those. But the feedback I've been getting through the day, it seems that people have really liked this format. So Clint, did you have a couple other questions?
Did he mute himself?
Don't know. Clint, are you still there?
He is. He's just muted at the bottom a second.
Hey, Matt, we had a question from a guest about if they could connect Power BI to Yammer. And although there isn't a direct connection, would it be all right if I showed our content migration tool and just kind of the basics behind how that's connected to a SharePoint site?
That'd be great. We can do that in just a second, though. Make sure we answer that question. There is an out-of-the-box connector to connect Power BI to Yammer.
Right.
There's Power BI connectors to connect to a number of other Microsoft services. What Nick's referring to now is a proof of concept we recently did for a client, and it's something that we're productizing, allowing us to assess file volume and file share storage usage in a SharePoint environment to plan for migrations. So I'll let Nick show that tool. If there are any other questions, just you continue to post them in the chat feed while we're here.
Yeah. So just a simple overview. So this is an example of, we see in Power BI, one of the options for connecting to data is is to a SharePoint folder or a SharePoint site. And so we recently developed a tool that could be pointed towards any SharePoint site and would give breakdowns based on the files in that site, based on the created year, based on the extension type, based on the subfolder name. And this particular client was trying to figure out how to move a large amount of files out of their SharePoint site to archive it elsewhere to save on storage costs. And so they needed an exploratory tool to say, hey, if we want to come in and archive anything that is, from 2015, to now, then here's what our changes in total file or our total storage utilization. And it just kind of gave them that exploratory feel. So that's an example of one of the connections that Power BI has. Like Matt said, there are many, and there are even more than what's just shown in Power BI Desktop. There are a lot of third-party connectors as well.
So this is a proprietary tool that we developed to help a specific client, and we're packaging it up and productizing it and potentially licensing it and leveraging it for other clients' use. We're also in the process of doing some development around this tool to point to on-prem SharePoint storage sites, as well as right now we're looking at implementing this against box environments, because we have a number of clients that have come to us wanting to know, what does it look like? What's the level of effort to migrate off of Box into SharePoint or OneDrive or what have you? And we need some type of mechanism or tool for understanding the depth and breadth and volume of files that are sitting in those other repositories. Any other questions?
Yeah, there's the latest one.
Yes, Uzma, as Nick noted, that's a great question. We do have some very specific recommendations, but also would say that some of those are based on pretty clear Microsoft best practices. You can reach out to us and we can respond and share some information with you, or you can certainly explore the Microsoft Power BI website, or also look at Microsoft PowerBI.com documentation. There's a raft of just excellent information out there that addresses a lot of those questions. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. Always love positive feedback.
Absolutely.
So Victor, regarding what you can do with the different versions, the Power BI free version pretty much limits you to individual development. You can develop reports in the Power BI desktop, but you're limited to what you can share with people, and you're limited to what you can view. It's primarily a developer tool. To actually share it out with other people or to share work in different workspaces, you have to have the pro version. And when we prepare the facts for this, we'll respond to that in a little more depth. There's an excellent site, or an excellent page on Microsoft's Power BI site that does a compare and contrast between the several versions of Power BI. So we talked today about the free version and Power BI Pro, but those aren't the only two. Microsoft has what's called Power BI Premium, which is for larger organizations who had a significant number of seats. It allows them to license and then provision workspaces and scale them. The embedded version is another version where you embed Power BI within applications. It's a different pricing model. And then for organizations that have really tight security models, there's a Power BI on-premises report server version, which runs on-premises. The limitation to that is you can do reports all day, but it doesn't do dashboards. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Appreciate your positive feedback. Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions come across at this time, so I'll give it a minute and then we'll probably call it a day. Thank you, Kai. Appreciate that.
It's been excellent having you all here today, and we really do appreciate it.
All right, everybody. I think we'll call it a day on our end. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Have a great weekend. Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it. Look forward to getting feedback on the survey when I send it out.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.